This would be Matthew Quentin Smith versus Elizabeth Carroll E. Smith. All right, this is the petition to modify custody. Is it correct?
They were residents of Cheatham County. My client still resides at the marital residence. I think he's lived there some 12 years. And when they divorced, the parties entered essentially an agreed parenting plan and a marital dissolution agreement. And the mother, when she separated from the father, went to her parents' home in Alabama, in Alexander City, which is not quite 300 miles away from the father's home in Pleasant View. And the father did agree that the mother and the child could relocate. Of course, the mother could relocate wherever she wanted, but he agreed that the child could reside primarily in Alexander City, Alabama, which is in kind of the northern part, maybe towards the east a little bit, from Huntsville. And so what the parties have been doing since 2023 is they have been meeting, and they've been both driving about 2 hours. And they've been exchanging the child every other weekend. So when the father, it would be our position, Your Honor, that when the father agreed for the child to live in Alabama, it was with the intent that the child would reside with the mother in Alexander City. And the proof will show today that the purpose for him agreeing to that was that the mother would have the support of her extended family, her parents, and such, and that the child would have the benefit of that. And the child would be close enough where the child could still maintain a significant relationship with the father. And they've been doing that since 2023. It also has provided the father with the ability to go to the father-daughter dance at school and go to different school functions. And so it's not been ideal, but it's been something that has worked, and the parties have been able to facilitate. So in November of last year, Your Honor, my client received notice from the mother of her intent to relocate to Alberta, Alabama, which I had to look up where Alberta is. It is near the coast, and it is about 500 miles, give or take just a little bit, from the father's home. So that now puts the child in a position where the child is no longer going to be residing near the child's maternal grandparents, and she's going to be some 200 miles further from the father than she was when the parties divorced. It's our understanding that the mother has remarried and that her husband resides in southern Alabama and that she wishes to reside with him. We believe that she's already moved there. We believe that the proof will show that, but that's what she's going to be asking for today, Your Honor. And it's our position that, number one, the proof will be incumbent upon the mother to prove that the relocation is in the best interest of the child. Proof is a little different when the parties are not exercising equal intervals of time. But we do believe that it is not in the best interest of the child to relocate with the mother. The father is stable. He has a significant relationship with the child. He has stable employment. He still resides in the residence that the child's familiar with and lived at for the first 5 years of her life. The father also has family in the area, and that will be beneficial to the child as well. So we're asking, Your Honor, today to find that number one, I do think that we have agreed to stipulate that a material change has occurred. So both parties have alleged that, and in speaking with opposing counsel this morning, we have agreed to stipulate that there's been a material change. Essentially the mother's remarriage and moving some 200 miles further from the father. So it will be incumbent upon the mother to prove best interest for the relocation if the court determines that she should remain the primary residential parent. It's our position also that the factors today Some will be favorable to the mother, in favor of the mother. Some will be favorable to the father. Many will be neutral. But the father hasn't moved since the divorce. He's remained stable. The mother's not only moved from the marital residence, she's now asking to move again and likely one more time because it appears that maybe a house is being constructed. So it will be our position that the evidence will show in favor of the father and that the court should in fact grant our petition requesting that his parenting plan be adopted, which is essentially giving all the school breaks to the mother, majority of the summer, spring and fall break, alternating some of the holidays, but many of the holidays to the mother, offering that the mother have one weekend a month in Alberta and one weekend per month in Cheatham County. The parties have essentially their plans, their proposed parenting plans are very close to one another, although the father has been more generous with the offer to the mother in regards to time in the summer. We also are concerned about the amount of time that the child's going to spend in the car. My client's concerned about her safety and just the detriment of being in the car that long, that often. So he would propose that there be some air travel in the mix of vehicle travel. So we are asking the court to approve that there be some air travel. And ultimately, Your Honor, again, we believe that the proof will bear that it's in the best interest of the child for the father to be designated as the primary parent.
Hmm.
Your Honor, we did stipulate that there is a material change. We do find that a further distance makes their every other weekend plan unattainable just because of the amount of travel on the child. We have proposed a parenting plan that maximizes dad's parenting time, taking into consideration when this child is off from school. Again, father and mother entered into an agreed parenting plan less than in 2023, I believe, and father willingly accepted 85 days. When they litigated this, he was actually represented by counsel and entered into this voluntarily. My client wasn't even represented by counsel at that time. He found that to be in the best interest for him to exercise that parenting plan. You will hear from him today about his work schedule. You will hear that he has been offered additional parenting time and does not accept that when it is offered to him. You know, mom has always been the primary residential parent to this child. This child has a disorder called ulcerative colitis, which we will go over today. Mom has been on top of that disorder since this child has been diagnosed with it. Again, it would be very detrimental, and I don't think that the petitioner can meet the standard to flip-flop who is the primary residential parent. And so we would ask that you would adopt the parenting plan that has been carefully considered by mother and proposed and adopt that as a court order. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lewis, you may call your first witness. Is anyone other than the parties who's going to be a witness, you must go outside of the courtroom and remain outside of the courtroom until you're called to testify. You must not discuss the testimony of any other witness with anyone until you yourself have testified. So counsel will be under continuing duty to ensure that the rule is complied with. Smith, you'll come up. Need you to stand and raise your right hand and face our court to be placed under oath. Come on, have a seat in the witness stand. You may need to move that microphone up a little bit. And bring it down. This building is beautiful, but it has terrible acoustics, so we need you to speak kind of directly into the microphone. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Smith, would you state your name for the court, please?
Matthew Smith,
All right, Mr. Smith, where do you live?
1820 Cardinal Drive, Pleasant View. Tennessee,
And how long have you lived in that home?
13 years.
And was that the home that was utilized as the marital residence when you were married to Elizabeth Smith?
It is,
All right, and is that the home you brought your daughter home to when she was born?
absolutely.
All right, and if you would describe the home to the court.
It's not a big home. It's 1,100 square foot. But it's in a nice quiet neighborhood. It's on a cul-de-sac, so we have low traffic. Kind of monitor, what goes on, and
All right, and so Emma, your daughter is Emma Grace, is that right? And does she seem comfortable in the home when she comes to visit with you?
of course.
You know,
What do those photographs depict?
Uh, what it looks like inside,
So-
and our, I guess, way of living, if you will.
All right, so you have photographs of the exterior of your house, the kitchen, the living room, a bathroom, a bedroom, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that Emma's bedroom?
Yes, it is with the pink curtains there.
She has her own bedroom, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and. I did it.
Exhibit 1.
Sir, now you have not remarried, is that true?
That's correct.
So who lives in the house, with you? Does anyone live in the house with you?
No, just myself.
Okay. And, so when your daughter comes, it's just you and her in the house primarily, is that right? Now, are you in a relationship with someone?
I am,
And what's her name?
Abigail Murdoch.
And is she sometimes in the home?
She is,
Okay. And how long have you been in a relationship with Ms. Murdoch?
roughly 2 years.
2 years? Okay. And does she have a good relationship with Emma? Okay. And does she have a daughter?
She does.
And how old is her daughter?
Her daughter is 15.
And
Sorry, 16.
16. And is her daughter occasionally in the home with
She
you?
is,
Okay. And do her and Emma enjoy one another?
of course.
All right. And sir, where do you work?
TKE elevator.
And what do you
Speak
do?
up. Okay.
Yes, sir.
What do you do there?
I'm an elevator technician.
And how long have you worked there?
A little over 8 years.
And, okay. And sir, what do you,
Yearly or hourly, I don't know what I do. I am, sorry.
what is your hourly rate?
59.41, I believe.
And what are your hours?
40 hours a week, Monday through Thursday.
Okay. And are you off on Friday?
I am,
Okay. And then what time do you go in the morning?
6 o'clock,
6 o'clock in the morning? And what time do you get off?
4:30.
So right now you're working essentially, it sounds like maybe 4 10-hour days. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you discussed with your employer, the fact that you're asking for your daughter to come live with you primarily?
Absolutely.
And have you been assured that your hours can have some flexibility if that were to occur?
Yes, ma'am. That's
Okay.
correct.
And what would you be able to change your hours to, should you be successful today and Emma come and live with you primarily?
It would change to 5/8, and it wouldn't start till after I dropped him off at school.
All right, so you would work Monday through Friday, and then you would go in like at 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And then would you come home at what time? At 5?
Roughly 4:35 right there.
And then at that point, would you drop Emma off at school personally? Would you be able to do that?
In the morning, yes, ma'am.
And then would she attend aftercare after school until you were able to pick her up?
She would.
Okay. All right. And then, sir, let's get back to what you're earning.
It's a pay stub of mine.
All right. And is the pay ending date 6/19
Yes, ma'am.
of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you will look at your earnings to date, does it state that your gross pay is $38,738.02?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you also have a NT expense where it appears through June 19 of 25 that you were paid $772.02. What does that expense reflect?
That it reflects where I paid out of pocket for certain things for the particular job that I'm on, and the company reimbursed me.
Okay, so that's for an expense that you paid. It's not for income that you earned.
No,
Is
ma'am.
that right? All right. So then would it be your position that that should be deducted from your gross pay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, maybe I have that back.
Is it 2?
Now, your divorce became final in May of 2023, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when you separated from your wife, how did you discover that you were in fact separated?
I got an email that said basically the dogs were fed and that we left.
The
Nah.
dogs were fed and they had left.
And I had no idea where they were at. I had no idea they left the state without consulting, or I had to call around for a couple of days to find out where my daughter was at. And initially, that's what kind of rolled the divorce into play. Not being able to see my daughter is the reason why I filed to begin with.
All right. And where did you learn that your wife had taken your daughter at that point in time?
I finally got in touch with my former mother-in-law, and she answered the phone and
Was your
said
daughter-
they are here.
All right. And where is here? Where did your your former mother-in-law reside?
That was Alexander City, Alabama.
Okay. And describe to the court where Alexander City, Alabama is.
It's kind of in between Auburn and Birmingham, about 30 minutes from Auburn, so towards the eastern side. But it's a good clip.
Okay. And when you say towards the eastern, you mean, okay, east of Birmingham.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how long had you and your wife been married?
7, 8 years.
Okay. And so you knew your in-laws rather well, right? They've
Yes,
been
ma'am.
part of your family for a good while. And did you believe that they were close to your daughter and had a good relationship with her?
The grandmother did travel back and forth and to see Emma a good bit for the first couple of years. So I did believe that Emma, had a good relationship with the grandmother.
Okay. And ultimately, did you and your ex-wife, did you discuss she and Emma, specifically Emma, continuing to reside with her in Alexander City, Alabama?
No, ma'am, not before we agreed on the divorce and how that paperwork laid out, I guess.
But ultimately, you did agree that the mother would be the primary parent of Emma. Is that right?
I did.
Okay. And you agreed that she could relocate. Now, your paperwork says to Alabama. When you signed and entered that parenting plan, what did you believe or understand that to have meant?
Well, the wordage in the papers states within 50 miles of the primary residence, within the state or within 50 miles.
Are you talking about where the relocation statute is set out?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't dispute that your paperwork says that the mother can relocate to the state of Alabama,
I
is that
did.
right?
I do not.
Okay. But was it your understanding that if she were to move more than 50 miles from that location or outside the state of Alabama, that she would have to provide you with notice and prove certain things if you objected?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you ever, when you entered that parenting plan, did you ever intend on it meaning that she could live anywhere in the state of Alabama, that your daughter could live anywhere in the state of Alabama that the mother chose?
No, ma'am.
Show you a copy.
Selena, so that I'm sure, make sure that I'm following everything correctly. I'm looking at the court file, and the primary and the permanent parenting plan that I'm looking at is May 23rd of 2023.
That is correct. Your Honor.
And that designates them as joint primary residential parents. So there was never a designation of either of them as the primary residential parent, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So we are today going to be establishing a primary residential parent for the first time, as well as schedule.
That is correct, Your Honor.
It makes a difference on what I'm doing as far
Certainly.
as the evidence and the burden of proof for the court to consider if it's a change of primary residential parent.
That is absolutely correct, Your Honor. It does designate them as joint primary residential parent. And then, sir, may I approach, Your Honor?
You know, you may be the primary residential parent in fact, but under the language of the order that was signed by Judge Lockett Knapp, these parties were designated as joint primary residential parents. I just point that out. I understand what you're saying, and it was not an equal division of time, so.
And we don't deny that the child's residing primary. No, but Your Honor is correct. It does designate them as joint. All right, sir. Parenting plan.
A Raceway gas station in Priceville, Alabama. It's right about Decatur, if you guys are familiar with Decatur.
So very close to Huntsville, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. It's 2.5 hours from Pleasant View.
And about the same distance from the mother's home, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, are you still meeting there?
Yes.
And what time do you exercise right now with your daughter?
Every other weekend, and then we alternate holidays. And we alternate spring and fall breaks, and 2 weeks. 2 weeks in the summer, 1 week at Christmas every year.
Okay, and all of the travel has been by car, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when you have your daughter with you, describe the types of things that you do. What kind of activities do you do? What's your weekend look like?
I mean, we do all kinds of things together. I mean, usually when we get home Friday night, it's usually fairly late from traveling. So there's not a lot to do, but, eat and hang out and watch TV and go to sleep, but, Saturdays is usually have some sort of errands planned, and then she gets up, she helps clean, she helps, do chores, and then we go off to venture, whether it's, go play, do something outside, or sometimes we'll leave and go somewhere and, I'll take her go dancing maybe on Saturday night sometimes. Just anything to get to spend that time with her,
Okay.
She does pretty much everything that I would do without her. She does that with me.
Okay. All right. And then who lives in the area, as far as your family?
I've got several aunts and uncles. I've got my grandparent that live in the area. I've got my mother, which I don't see her a whole lot, but I do have quite a bit of family here in Pleasant View.
Okay. And is your daughter familiar with your family?
Yes, ma'am.
And does your daughter get to see your family very often right now?
Yes, ma'am.
And does she enjoy being around your family?
Yes.
Are you concerned that if her mother moves some 200 miles further south, that her time with either sets of grandparents and extended family is going to be limited?
Yes, ma'am.
Was one of the reasons why you agreed for her to live primarily in her mother's care? Was it because there was extended family there as well?
Of course.
Okay. And tell the court what your involvement has been in Emma's school. Have you been able, with the distance right now of almost 300 miles, have you still been able to be involved in her school?
I have.
Okay.
Not as much as what I'd like. I haven't got to make all the field trips, but I have been to the school several times for dances. I was running a little late for one little ceremony thing, which I regret, but I have tried to make all the school events that I can possibly go to or be invited to.
Okay.
I've never missed a single visitation with her in the over 2 years that we've had the divorce, or we've been separated, other than the doctor not releasing me because of surgery on my foot. That was one weekend out of 2 years and 2 or 3 months.
Okay. Now you mentioned surgery. Let's talk about the surgery. So you had foot surgery, was it this year?
Yes, ma'am.
When was it?
In January,
Okay.
beginning of January.
And what kind of surgery? I mean, I know it was foot surgery, but
It was called a plantar fasciotomy.
okay. And were you in a boot?
I
or-
was.
Okay. Could you not drive for a period of time?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
How long was it before you could drive after surgery?
A 2-week period.
So did you miss a visitation during that time?
One weekend, yes, ma'am.
Have there been times when the mother has offered you extra time that you've not been able to accept because of work or surgery or something of that nature?
Yes, ma'am. Of course, the surgery, and there has been times where I've already had work scheduled where she's wanted me to get her an extra day. Prior to this year, the previous summer, I got her several weeks in a row on the Fridays that I normally don't work. I got her several weeks in a row that year, but I haven't this year. Just because, one, I didn't want to get in trouble with the court and do something that they're not, requiring or saying, for me to do.
Do you understand, and I don't think you did, but do you understand now that you and the mother, you can deviate from the parenting plan if you agree, as far as the schedule goes?
I wasn't under the impression that we could change anything
Okay.
outside of what it called for.
Okay. So, and often the court will encourage that, if you're able to, and if you agree. If you don't agree, then you have a parenting plan to fall back on. So, what are your concerns about the mother relocating 200 more miles from your home?
One, well, my daughter doesn't have any of the support from the extended family outside of the guy she married. She doesn't have anybody down there. My dad is down there. couple hours away temporarily, but he's not gonna be there long. So she has nobody that I know that I can trust her with down there. And, you know, in the event of a storm or hurricane or anything for that matter, she doesn't have the support. And two, just being that far away from me, like, takes me completely out of any school events that I could possibly want to attain or go to. Pretty much takes me out of her life as a dad in a big way. And because a lot of that I did agree to in Alex City initially, because I could make that drive and still be functional and still be in those events and things. But I can't do that when she's 8+ hours away.
Right, right. Tell the court what it has meant to your daughter for you to be able to participate in some of those school things. What have you seen as far as her responses to you going to the school, going to the daddy-daughter dance and those types of things?
She's just ecstatic. Me and my daughter, we're two peas in a pod, and I think anybody would tell you that. She means the world to me, and you know, anytime that we get together, she wants it, and she asks me all the time to stay. Daddy, can I just stay? You know, I don't want to go. I don't want to go, and I don't want her to go either.
Sure. If the court, well, let me ask you, have you met your ex-wife's new husband?
I have not.
Do you even know when they were married or if they're married?
I assume they got married back late last year.
Okay, but that's an assumption, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you've not been able to meet him.
No, ma'am.
Now, we asked several questions in our discovery, the questions that we sent to your ex-wife to answer about the ex-husband. Do you remember what those responses were?
Not all of them, no, ma'am, but some of them.
Were many of them that it wasn't relevant to the case and were answers not provided?
That's correct.
Does that concern you?
It does. I don't know if there's something there or not. I just don't know.
Okay. Do you know that he has children?
I do.
Okay, and how do you know that?
Well, my daughter immigrated. She tells me everything.
Okay. And your ex-wife did disclose that there were 2 children, or 3 children actually, that he has in her discovery. Is that right? She did disclose that, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you don't have
Let
any.
me make sure I'm understanding. You're saying that they declined to answer any questions about her present husband?
For the most part, Your Honor, yes, the majority of the questions.
Okay.
And you don't have any other children, is that right?
No, ma'am.
And the mother doesn't have any other children, does she?
No.
She has no biological children. Okay. And if she's been married to this man, you believe it would only be for a few months.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so if she were to reside primarily here, would she go to Pleasant View Elementary School?
Yes, ma'am, of course.
Okay. And then in 5th grade, would she go to Sycamore Middle School?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in high school, she would go to Sycamore High School. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you heard opposing counsel in opening statement state that your daughter that she suffers from colitis.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. Tell the court a little bit about that. When was that diagnosis made?
I believe she was 2 years old. It's basically a disease where one cell attacks their stomach lining and causes internal bleeding. And some of it is believed to be brought on by certain foods, but a big part of it is brought on by stress. And so I try to, maintain and make sure she's not in a stressful environment. We're having a good time. Not that everything's always hunky-dory,
Right, can't have a good time all the time.
Right. But it flares up from time to time and she will start bleeding a little bit. And, so that's something that I'm definitely mindful of, and I definitely try to keep under wraps.
Okay.
As far as cooking good meals for her and, just making sure that she, she's not getting worked up over, silly stuff.
Okay, all right. And do you feel like you're perfectly capable to follow doctor's instructions in regards to her condition?
Absolutely.
Are,
100%.
are you perfectly capable of being aware of signs and symptoms of when she's having a flare-up?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have concerns that perhaps her diet's not being followed carefully at mom's house?
I do.
And what are those concerns?
Mainly just, just small talk with my daughter about, what do you want to eat? Well, what have you been eating lately or whatever? And most of the time she tells me hot dogs, which is not a horrible food, but it's not great because it's processed. And I'm not going to say that I don't give her hot dogs. She's a kid and yeah, of course I do. But, just this last week, I asked her, what would you have for dinner? Well, mama said I can have a Nutella sandwich, which is just straight sugar. So it's not, I'm not saying that it's all bad there. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying, I do have concerns about, what she's getting fed and her stomach condition there.
Okay. And you would be able to find a pediatrician, and the necessary, maybe the IG doctor to care for her here. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am. She had one here.
Okay. Was her original doctor here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And would you be able to get off work to take her to the doctor if necessary?
Of course.
Okay. And then in the summer, so I want to make sure that I understand and you understand, you're proposing in your proposed parenting plan that your daughter reside primarily with the mother during the summer. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And let me get that so you can be looking at it. Should go through.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you proposing that the mother where she would reside involved in one weekend for months?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you also offering additional if she wanted to petition over in the
Yes, ma'am.
and
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
standard share of person.
Yes, ma'am.
You're at.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
And in the summer, are you asking to have the first 2 weeks of the summer vacation? And then she has 6 consecutively?
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Providing that, air travel is not done. Yes, ma'am.
Not in the car. 8 hours each way, once a month, if possible.
Absolutely.
Tell the court why is that?
Statistically, I'm not a big statistic guy, but the chances of her getting in an accident are a lot higher if she's traveling 2 to 4 times, 8 hours each way per month.
So you worry about that, is that correct?
I really do.
Okay. And what airport would she be close to, if the mother did relocate with her? Or if the mother visits with her from Baldwin County.
Pensacola.
All right, do you know how far that is from Pensacola?
I would say roughly 45 minutes, an hour, I'm guessing. I didn't really put a
So
tape
it's
on it.
not terribly far for the mother to drive to facilitate air travel, right?
No, ma'am.
And not terribly far for you in Nashville to get her to and from the airport here. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so whatever the decision the court makes today, are you asking the court to consider allowing your daughter to travel back and forth between you and the mother via air travel?
I am. Yes, ma'am.
I want to back up. You received notification from the mother of her intent to relocate in the late, well, I guess early winter, November of 2024. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. This is posted certified mail with a notice regarding parental relocation.
All right.
Yes, ma'am, it does. Yes, ma'am. Alberta, Alabama. Yes, ma'am. She said that the pickup and drop off times would not change. In effort to protect the father and the daughter's time together. I do. I do. No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe that you got transportation 2 times a month or every other weekend from Southern Alabama?
I do.
You believe she can handle it?
Yes.
Okay. What would that mean in the car for her though? That'd be 8.5 hours each way, right? If she drove.
Oh, I was referring to by air, but
You believe she could handle it if it were by air?
yes, ma'am.
All right. And then,
So we have much longer to go with this.
yeah, I probably have another 30 minutes.
Let's go ahead and take our lunch hour down and be back on 1:15.
I know I'm kind of bouncing all over the place, but I want to ask you about your financial stability. We talked a little bit about what you were earning and what you earned year to date. Now, in 2024, you had a particularly good year. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And-
We were short staffed, so we were working a lot of overtime.
Okay. And are you kind of back to normal right now?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you on average earn about $79,000 a year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you able to pay your bills? Okay.
Absolutely.
Are you current on your bills?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a house payment?
Yes, ma'am.
How much is that house payment?
I think the taxes went up. It's right there around 800 a month.
800. And then you have your utilities, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you have a car payment?
No, ma'am.
All right. So you have insurance, I'm sure, gas and all the normal things that people have just to live from day to day, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. But you're able to pay those and you're not delinquent in any debt currently.
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And then in your stability, your job is stable,
Yes, ma'am.
not likely going anywhere anytime soon with it.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Okay. And then I want to talk about, know, the things that you do and that the two of you are close, you provided me with some cards and drawings and such. May I approach them? What are those?
These are, letters that, Emma wrote me and sent in the mail.
Okay, are these from your daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and her mother was kind enough to send these to you, or to help Emma send them to you, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And just look at the first one with the drawing. I think we all guessed it. We said it was a bull. Is that a bull?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's a rider on top of it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, I'll pass these up so you can be looking at them as well. Mr. Smith, what does the drawing say with the bull rider?
Says, I love you so much. You're the best night I've ever had. And I'm really glad to have you. I love you, Emma.
Okay. And then the next one with the rainbow.
Dear Daddy, I love you. How's work going? I miss Miss Abby. Is Miss Abby doing good? Say hi to Uncle Stephen. I miss you and Miss Abby. I love camping. When I'm coming back, when am I coming back? I love Emma Grace Smith.
Do you and she go camping sometimes?
We do.
Okay. And have you taken her to a rodeo?
I have. We go watch bull riding together. It's one of the things we do.
Where do you go watch bull riding around here?
Just different rodeos. around.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what does the third one say?
Dear Daddy, I love you so much. I love you to the moon and back. You are so special to me. I'm not sure what the rest of that is.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you have received these over time? Because it looks like the rainbow one, the writing's improving somewhat.
Yes, these are just the most recent.
Okay. All right. And does it mean a lot to you when you receive those?
It really does.
Collectively. She asked about Miss Abby, and Abby's your girlfriend,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And you said you've been in a relationship with her about 2 years,
Yes, ma'am.
ship with her stable,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? Does she do drugs?
No, ma'am.
Okay. She in trouble with the law?
No, ma'am.
Do you do drugs?
No, ma'am.
Are you in trouble with the law at all? Do you?
Never have been. No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. You don't drink too much, do you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, there's been some assertions by your wife or your ex-wife that she believes that you have a porn addiction. You're familiar that she feels that way, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever watched pornographic material in front of your daughter?
Absolutely not.
And just, I mean, tell the court, is that something that you have a problem with?
It is not. It is something I do occasionally, once every couple months, maybe, if I had to put a number on it. But
Okay,
it's not something that I have an issue. It's just a stress relief.
okay. And is there any material or anything that your daughter could get her hands on?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And if she were to live with you full time, or even when she visits with you, do you take steps to make sure that she doesn't have access to any of that material?
I do.
Okay. And do you have a passcode on your phone?
I do have passcode and fingerprint and facial recognition
Okay,
to get into my phone.
okay. And you've never been charged with any type of crime in that regards, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Nothing you're doing is illegal, is that right?
No, ma'am.
And then how is your communication with Ms. Smith?
I'd say that it's on a need to know basis.
Okay.
Um,
She keeps you informed she does a pretty good job of keeping you informed. You would agree to that, right?
Yes, ma'am, she does.
Okay. She notifies you when your daughter has special events.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And she lets you know, for example, if you're going to the school, where to go, and what time you need to be there. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, she was a school teacher at your daughter's school.
She was.
Okay. All right. And um, do you respond most often when she reaches out to you?
If it's a message that needs a response, a lot of times I feel that she's just being chatty and I don't want to do that.
Okay.
But if it's, I need to communicate in order to, whatever take place with the arrangements or whatever, then I will do that.
Okay.
But I don't communicate unnecessarily, I guess.
Okay. Is
She was-
she probably, does she maybe talk more than you do or communicate more than you do? Are you kind of quiet?
For sure.
Okay. Now, if the court were to designate you as the PRP and your daughter resided with you primarily, are you willing to increase your communication?
Yes, as it needs it.
Would you be willing to notify the mother of any doctor's appointments, school functions, those types of things?
Of course.
Would you be willing to send letters to mom if Emma asked you to?
Of course.
Okay. Initiate phone calls, those types of things.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Have there been things just with Emma living 4 hours away that you haven't been able to attend that you wish you could have?
I mean, the fact that she's getting to the age where she is gonna start attending sports and those kind of things is something that I would miss out on a daily basis. 4 hours away.
Well, she's 4 hours right now. Well, how far is she right now? 4 hours?
Well, they already moved.
Well, presume prior to the move, if they've already moved, it's 4 hours from here to Alexander City, where your ex-wife's parents lived and where she lived. Is that right?
5 hours.
5? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So 2.5 each way. All right. My question to you is, have there been things just with there being a 5.5 hour distance that you've not been able to attend because of the 5.5 hour distance?
I wouldn't say that it's because of that. Some of it was on me. I
Okay.
did show up late to one of her events. I mistook the time that was sent to me. That was my mistake.
Okay.
Uh,
How late were you?
a couple hours, but I went
Okay.
ahead and drove the whole way and showed up anyway to get her.
Okay. Okay.
I would say that, her day-to-day stuff, like just me being in her life daily, I've missed out on.
Sure. Just by her being 5.5 hours late.
Right.
Away, not late.
And
Right.
then, like on Sundays, I don't per se get to take her to church a whole lot because we're traveling, during the middle of the day to go to church or to go to the meeting spot.
What time does the current parenting plan have you meeting the mother on Sunday?
1 o'clock,
And in order to make that meeting time, what time do you have to leave Pleasant View?
10 o'clock.
You have to leave at 10.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're on the road by 10. Okay. Your daughter likes to attend church, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would you like to be able to take her to church?
I would. I actually have taken her a couple occasions to my church
Mhm.
and then a couple occasions to my girlfriend's church, which they have a Saturday evening service. So we've attended that a couple of times.
Okay. All right. And I'm sure you're going to be asked about your daughter was baptized recently, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was that?
I was back last year.
Okay. And were you not able to go to her baptism?
I wasn't.
And why is that?
I couldn't get off work.
Okay. Was it on a Sunday? Did you have to work on, you have to work
Well,
overtime sometimes?
At the
don't you?
time, I was working a lot of weekends to try
Okay.
and make things,
So-
make ends meet.
So that was back in 24.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Sir, I want to show you, you should. That I just handed you.
This is the, what you call, the directions from Pleasant View to Alex City.
Okay. And how many miles, if you look at the top right, how many, and this is to where you had agreed for the mother to live, and for your daughter to reside primarily with initially in the divorce. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how many drive miles is it?
296.
Okay. All right. And then which again is the directions. And how many, and this is from the new proposed address, is that right? To your address?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the drive miles?
493 miles.
All right. So almost 200 miles additional.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to mark this as the next elected exhibit. Sir, do you believe that your environment where you live and your situation with work, your housing and such, do you believe that you have a more stable environment for Emma?
Yes, ma'am, of course.
Tell the court why.
Well, one, starting with the surroundings, we have a lower crime rate here. But bigger than that, she has the support of all my family that lives here.
Okay.
On top of me being there emotionally and physically for her.
Okay. And you have, where were you born and raised?
Born in North Carolina, raised here in
Raised here.
Middle Tennessee.
Okay. How long have you lived in Middle Tennessee?
My whole life, pretty much since I was a baby.
Okay. And you said you lived in the marital residence for 12 years.
13 roughly. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Worked at your job for 8 years.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the marital residence is the house that your child was brought back to after she was born.
It is.
Do you have any plans on moving again?
No, ma'am.
Now, what kind of work does your ex-wife's new husband do? What have you been told?
I heard that he was assistant pastor at a church
Okay.
and maybe a coach of some sort. And that's all I've been told.
Okay. And are you concerned that there might be subsequent moves in the future?
I am. I've been in church, pretty much my whole life, and I know how much pastors bounce around from church to church until they find a home where they want to settle down. And that's something that we've seen in our church a lot. And I just know that it's likely.
Right. Seems like you just get used to a pastor and they move, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And do you believe that that would be in your daughter's best interest to move from place to place?
I don't.
Would you like to see her in a stable, at a stable location, and have the opportunity to go to the same school, have the same friends, those types of things?
I would.
What,
That's
what grade was she in this past year?
first grade.
All right. And so she'll be going into the second grade.
Yes, ma'am.
So she'll not only switch communities, she'll switch schools as
Yes,
well.
ma'am.
Okay. All right. I'm going to pass you as a witness to opposing counsel. So just stay put. Oh, if I could, just for clarification, Your Honor, well, let me just ask him if I could ask him one more thing. I had asked you about discovery responses that your ex-wife had filled where she made some objections regarding questions regarding her husband to be, whichever it is. She actually, after those objections, did provide us with some information. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Maybe not all information, but she did provide some information. Okay. All right. That's the witness.
Yeah, and just going off of the, when we did discovery a while ago, you never through counsel sent a deficiency letter to us to let us know that you wanted more information. Is that correct?
Regarding,
If any questions we objected to,
I didn't know that was an option, but no, ma'am, I didn't.
and y'all never issued supplemental questions to us? Okay. And the objections we had were to providing some personal information related to his children, but we told you generally that he has 3 kids. We just didn't tell you their names or date of birth. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
And we also didn't tell you his rate of pay, but we told you what he does for a living. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I want to go back to just, again, you and your divorce. So you and the mother entered into an agreed permanent parenting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And under that plan, you agreed that mother could relocate to Alabama with your daughter. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you never filed anything to the court to have her return to Tennessee?
No, ma'am.
And no one forced you to agree to that relocation. Is that fair?
No, ma'am.
And you were represented by an attorney during the proceedings. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had every opportunity at that time to raise an objection to the relocation. Is that correct?
I was advised against it.
Okay. But you had that option. Is that correct?
I did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you signed a parenting plan that you thought was in the best interest that gave you 85 days of parenting time. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you understood that by signing that plan, you were voluntarily limiting your parenting time with your daughter based on what you thought was in the best interest. Is that correct?
Can you ask that again? I'm
I
sorry.
mean, it was all voluntary. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You voluntarily took only 2 weeks in the summer, even with the long distance. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you agreed that living with her mom was in your daughter's best interest. Is that correct?
At the time, yes, ma'am.
And while, the box was checked that y'all were joint primary, you agreed for mom to have significantly more parenting time than you. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time that y'all entered this parenting plan, mom was not even represented by an attorney. Is that correct?
She used the same one I used.
Well, you were represented. Okay, but she didn't have her own attorney. Is that fair?
I have no idea.
Okay, well, in the plan, there's no attorney signature for her. Is that fair?
I can't speak on something I don't know, honestly.
Well, do you think you had a full and fair opportunity to negotiate your parenting time at that time?
It was my mistake to listen to my prior attorney. that said that I would never get her to stay in Tennessee. That's a mistake I made. But yes, to answer your question,
But you could have always gotten new counsel if you didn't like their advice. Is that fair?
that's fair.
You had that option.
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that you've seen mom's proposed parenting plan? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that plan allows you the same amount of parenting time, if not more. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're aware that your daughter has been diagnosed with ulcerative colitis, which we touched upon, correct? And this is would you agree that that's a chronic medical condition that requires ongoing management and monitoring?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, would you agree that it can require, if she has a flare-up, urgent medical attention and prescription adjustments?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the name of her current gastroenterologist?
I'm not. I can't remember right off the top of my.
Since that diagnosis, how many medical appointments have you attended with your daughter for her, with her gastroenterologist?
Just believe two.
2 appointments. You went down to Alabama to go to those?
No, that they were here in Tennessee.
Has mom attended every appointment with your daughter?
I'm assuming.
Have you ever taken her to a gastroenterologist appointment by yourself?
No, ma'am.
Can you even name the last date that she went to the doctor?
No, ma'am.
But you get updates from mom about what goes on at the doctor's, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Have you ever had to schedule any of her appointments, follow up with the labs, or request records for your daughter's health care?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever had to take her to the emergency or urgent care for her ulcerative colitis?
No, ma'am.
Are you aware of the medication she takes daily to manage her symptoms?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you know the dosage and frequency?
I just know what the mother sends, because she takes it out of the pill bottles and that kind of thing. So I know how many she takes in the morning and the evening.
So she puts it in like a thing where you can give it.
Calendar. Yes, ma'am.
So you trust mom to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when your daughter's in your care, who ensures that she takes the medication properly?
In my care, I am.
You do, but based on what mom tells you, not based on what you heard from the doctor? You rely on mom to take care of that? Tell you
Well,
what she needs?
I do now because it was a liquid medication. So the dosage obviously is written on the bottle or whatever. And then they went to the pill form a while back. So she said she takes the pills out of the thing and puts it in Monday through Sunday.
And that's helpful to you.
Of
You
course.
trust her to do that. Have you ever had to pick up or refill her prescriptions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Would you agree that mother has been the primary parent to manage your daughter's health day to day?
No, ma'am.
You've been to 2 appointments, and mom handles all the medications, but you wouldn't agree to that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are you familiar with the early signs of a flare-up and the steps that need to be taken?
Yes, ma'am.
And has mom kept you informed of her medical needs and upcoming appointments?
She has.
Okay. Have you ever requested to attend an appointment or change an appointment such that you can attend on your day off?
When she first got diagnosed with ulcerative colitis, it's hard for me to pronounce. I did attend a couple of those appointments because I was concerned about how we needed to move forward.
But since then, since they've been in Alabama, you've not asked her to move it to a Friday because you're off on a Friday or anything along those lines?
No.
Okay. Would you agree that given the seriousness of the condition, active participation or care is important?
Of course.
Okay, and I just want to go briefly back to, when the mom was even pregnant with your daughter. Did you attend any of her OBGYN appointments?
I'm sorry.
Going back to in utero, mother was pregnant with the child. And
How is that relevant if it's pre-divorce?
Your Honor, just showing a pattern that he's not attended any of these appointments and that mom is,
We're dealing with what's happened since the prior order of sustaining objection.
okay. I want to move on to your marriage, after your daughter was born, mom stayed home with her full time. Is that correct?
Well, again, I'm not sure how it's relevant if it's prior to the divorce.
Your Honor, I just want to establish that mom was a stay-at-home mom during the marriage by agreement of the parties, which is relevant. It's never been litigated.
I'll allow that question.
Okay. So during your marriage, was the mom a stay-at-home mom and provided care for your daughter on the daily? Is
Yes,
that correct? Okay. And she didn't work outside the home until y'all were separated. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was a decision y'all made jointly. Is that correct?
For us to be separated, no.
Well, for her to be a stay-at-home mother to your daughter,
No, she decided that.
but you allowed it. You were able to support your family?
I've always supported my family, yes.
Okay. And mom during that time has always handled the daily care for your daughter, including feeding her, bathing her, diaper changes.
Absolutely not.
She-
Not by herself.
So when you would get off work because you said you worked 10 hours a day, you would help, but during those 10 hours, who was watching the baby or the child?
Of course she was.
Okay. If your daughter was sick, did mom handle that?
Not always. It was a joint thing.
So did you ever take off work to help with a sick child?
I have once, yes, ma'am.
You've taken off work once for,
Yes, ma'am.
would you say though that mom has provided consistent hands-on care for your daughter for her entire life?
I would say so.
And then I want to go on to your employment. So you are employed full-time and you currently work, you said, can you remind me of when you work?
The hours?
Yes, in the days.
So, it'll be 6 to 4:30.
Do you ever have to leave earlier due to a job site being further away or anything along those lines?
In the mornings or in the evenings?
Do you ever have to leave earlier in the mornings?
Not really. Most of the work is here local in Nashville.
Okay. But you mentioned though that you've had to work on weekends before.
I have.
Okay. And that is still a possibility with your position?
Not right now. It's not, no. They're not doing
But
any overtime.
if your company decides to do overtime again, would you be scheduled for it or opt for it?
If I got selected.
In the past, you've been selected to do overtime. Is that
Yeah, I
fair?
have. Yes, ma'am.
And taken that opportunity? Have you ever had to have a caregiver other than the mother watch the child while you were at work?
No, ma'am.
So if you had your daughter had an emergency during school hours and say she lived here with you, would you be able to just leave work to go handle that?
Absolutely.
And your company would be okay with that?
They are okay with that. I have spoken to them about that.
But they're not here today to testify to that.
No,
Okay. Would you say your job is very flexible during the day?
I guess it's as flexible as I need it to be.
I mean, do you have the ability to work from home for your position
I
if
don't.
needed?
No.
Yours is pretty hands-on. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
fair? Okay. And would you agree that you've missed some of your child's important events in the past due to work obligations?
Yes, ma'am. There's one that I can think about.
And was that the award ceremony?
No, ma'am. That
Different.
was her baptism where I had to work that weekend.
I do want to talk about that baptism. You and the mom reached out to you on June 23rd about that baptism. Is that correct?
I'm guessing. I'm not the best with records.
Let me ask, do you recognize?
And it looks familiar. Yes,
So
ma'am.
is that, you can hold on to, is that a fair and accurate representation of a conversation mom had with you, I guess? back in June of 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to enter this. So mom reached out to you and said, hey there, the pastor reached out to me again, said we could do her baptism July the 14th. I could ask him about next Sunday, the 30th. Do you have a preference or should I choose? Did you respond to the mother?
Most of the time I respond prior to us, her telling me that they're moving. Most of the time I responded during the phone conversation, because a lot of times things get misinterpreted through text messages. So I can't say that I responded through a text message, because most of the time I would rather do it over the phone.
Just about a simple scheduling, preference to see if you could make it work on your calendar, you would respond via the phone?
Yeah, whatever was applicable at the time.
Well, then she texted you the next day and said, the church just contacted me. They have Emma down for July the 14th at 10:30 a.m. to be baptized. I know Emma would love for you to be there, and she sent you the address. Did you respond to that?
I mean,
You
you
don't-
got the record, you tell me. I mean, if there's a text in there, I don't remember whether I did or I didn't.
Did you ask the mom to change the date of the baptism such that you could be there?
No, ma'am.
So you allowed it to go, and you didn't object to her being baptized,
No, ma'am.
and you allowed it to go forward?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you another text message, because based on what, it doesn't appear that you've responded, but I'll show you a text message. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And mom reached out to you and said, Pastor Brett has every person write their testimony before they are baptized. This is sweet little Emma's. I want to follow God because I want to go to heaven. I want to be his daughter. I want to read the Bible. Jesus has done all these wonderful things for me. I hear God's words in Bible class at VBS at church when Pastor Brett is preaching, and God's word made me want to get baptized. I want to be baptized because I want to be with Jesus. What did you respond to that?
Well, I have to work, obviously.
I have to work. So you didn't address that. Is that what you mean when you say mom's too chatty?
No. I knew this was coming from her mother, so I knew this wasn't going straight to Emma. And I wanted to be clear about like my availability that week. So,
Would you say this was an effort on mom's part to make you involved as much as you could be?
yes, ma'am.
And then she also said that I just thought it important for her treasure daddy to hear her heart on this important decision.
So, I'm sorry.
And she also said that, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So do you think she tries to co-parent to you and co-parent with you and involve her as much as she can?
No, I wouldn't.
Are you asking these to be make separate exhibits?
I guess they could be a collective exhibit. I'm sorry, I don't know what exhibit number we're on.
Make this part of that one.
You stated that you attend a lot of your daughter's school functions, or you implied that. Can you give us an exact number of how many functions you attended at the school this past school year that she was in Alexander City?
I think just one this past year, or this past first grade.
Okay, and so it's not that you're there at the school every other week attending an event. Is that fair?
I wish it could be, yes, ma'am.
If you were awarded primary custody, how would your current schedule allow you to meet all of your daughter's day-to-day needs?
I would be there with her. I would get her after school, get her at after school care during the week. And I mean, it would be no different than what she was doing the last 2 years.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the mother worked at her school, and for some reason she chose to put her in after-school care without my consent in the first grade, and then would leave school for a couple hours and come back and get her. Now, I don't know why she would leave, because Emma never told me. She said, Mama won't tell me. But if you're working there, I don't see why you can't take your kid away.
Was that a
when you leave.
special program though? Do you know what the program did after school?
I have no idea. I wasn't informed of her going to any program in the first grade.
So you never received an email about the After the Bell program?
I received one before she started school in her kindergarten year, a year prior.
And she's been at After the Bell. It's an extracurricular activity after school.
I just assumed, yes, ma'am, that her mother was putting like other kids on the bus and car riders and doing that thing.
Would you agree that, extracurricular activities are a good thing for your daughter?
No, she doesn't need, it seemed to me the way she described them was, it was if you were struggling in certain areas, which my daughter wasn't. Or if she was, I wasn't made aware of.
Okay. Outside of work, you have hobbies, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree that hunting and fishing are important parts of your life?
Of course.
Okay, how often do you go hunting and fishing?
As often as I can do it, and that's something else I do with my daughter that she thoroughly enjoys.
So you take your daughter each time you go hunting and fishing?
Absolutely.
Is that something she you said that she enjoys that?
She really does.
What if when she's 9, showed no interest in it anymore? What would you do with her during that time period? Would you make her go hunting and fishing with you, or allow her to follow her own hobbies and interests?
I think a child's going to take interest in what you show interest in, and I wouldn't force that on her. If she wanted to read a book instead, I wouldn't discourage her from doing that. I'd have her make her own choices as far as her own interests. But as far as her being with me, she would be with me everywhere I went, just like she is now.
Were there any times that hunting and fishing have interfered with your parenting time or family time while you were married?
No, ma'am.
Would you be willing to adjust or reduce your hobby to prioritize parenting?
My little girl comes first, so yes, ma'am.
But have you ever actually had to do that?
I haven't needed to because she enjoys being with me.
And I just want to briefly touch on the email. You mentioned that mom left and sent you an email. In that email, did she discuss her concerns with pornography use?
Yes, ma'am, she has.
So it wasn't something that was a surprise to you that this was an issue in your marriage?
No, that's something that got brought into our marriage prior.
And was that something that you and her attended retreats to address?
It is. The year prior to our divorce, we went to Missouri to, I forget the name of the retreat, but it was a couples retreat to try and work on building a relationship back again. And not that money's of any value, but I did make a noble effort to make it work with her mother. I spent $12,000 for that 1 week to try and make it work. I have, and even they said at the place, it doesn't sound like you have an addiction.
But you knew this was something that your wife couldn't live with. Is that fair? And was impacting your marriage?
For the purpose that she's trying, whether or not the wife could deal with it or not, it's not relevant.
Sustain the objection. Let me wait on it a little, hold on just a second. Let me take up, Aaron, Raylene Aaron versus Benjamin David Aaron. You gone? All right, we'll pass it again. Never mind. Go ahead.
Are you addressing it in any way currently, your pornography usage?
I don't see it as an issue doing it once every few months, so no, ma'am.
And just to confirm, you've never viewed that while your daughter is in your home?
No, ma'am.
What if she was in your home full time? How would that work?
Well, obviously I wouldn't do it while she was there.
And you have taken precautions to ensure that she doesn't ever stumble upon what you view?
Yes, ma'am.
I did want to talk a little bit about you mentioned that you have a big extended family. So could you remind me of who all lives within a short distance of your home?
I have my grandfather in Pleasant View. I have my Uncle Steve, my Aunt Jennifer in Pleasant View. I have my Uncle John and my Aunt Sharon in Pleasant View. I've got my cousin Morgan in Springfield. I've got my two cousins, Sarah and Wesley, in Pleasant View.
Have you
Yeah.
ever had any of these family members assist you with childcare on a regular basis?
Not on a regular. I believe I had one watch Emma for a couple hours one evening.
So just one time do you feel comfortable reaching out to them for help?
Of course.
You just never had a need to?
I don't want to put that burden on anybody to watch my child when I want to have that time with her, because I don't get it to begin with.
But your mother is also close by. Does your mother assist with your daughter?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Would you say that mom's family spends more time with your daughter than your side of the family?
It doesn't sound like it since they moved to Alberta, because it's not. She's just told me a lot about how she missed her grandma and she don't get to see her.
But I guess historically, has they been more involved in your family?
Before she left and took her out of the state, my family spent more time with Emma. But after they left, her family spent more time with Emma.
And you were okay with that? That was part of your letting her relocate to Alabama?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say that you are a good co-parent when it comes to communication?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, and I'm going to go through, has mom offered you on occasions to take Emma on Thursday after work as opposed to Friday at 6 p.m.?
So the Thursday thing, and I spoke to the mother about this last summer when Emma's not in school. Obviously, she's available whatever day. I got her on a many of Thursdays during the summer because I don't have to work those Fridays. So I wanted as much time as I could get. And then when she told me she was taking her away from me down the coast, I knew that one, like I need to make sure I'm abiding by what the court ordered, the Friday through Sunday thing. On top of that, it got used against me in mediation that I wasn't getting all my summertime because she didn't count the days because they weren't consecutive. But when I get Thursday this week and Thursday this week and Thursday this week, it wasn't counted.
But
So it
you
was
agree that you were willing to take a Thursday last year, but not this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have there been occasions where mom has offered you more time and you just don't respond?
I've told her that we're going to stick to what the court ordered until this is over.
Do you recognize this text exchange from August 23rd?
Yes, I do recognize it.
So on Friday, August 23rd of this school year, or the last school year, mom has said to you, next weekend, Emma will be out of school Monday. You are more than welcome to have her that Monday so you can have more time with her. Do you want to meet on that Monday, Labor Day? Did you respond to her?
No, ma'am. Prior to that, I had.
And then she asked again this upcoming week on that Monday after you didn't respond on Friday. She asked, this upcoming week, Emma will be out of school Monday. Do you want to have more time with Emma and meet on that Monday, Labor Day? Did you respond to that?
No, ma'am.
And then that Thursday on August 29th, she states, I guess I will take your silence as you not wanting that Monday with her. So we can just plan on meeting at our regular time on Sunday then.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that, I guess you think that's good? Is that good parenting to just let your silence mean
I don't
status
think
quo?
it's good parenting to ask a question that's already been answered. When I,
A date, same day, you just can't see the response. You have would like to see the complete.
Your phone is in the car.
And I would just like to know that there is what appears to be some sort of, could have been from the mother, could have been from the father, but it's just incomplete. Not an incomplete, I mean, it's not a complete, document.
Okay. Now I want to show you the text message exchanges that started on November 24th of this school year, this past school year.
you wanna swap me?
Do you recognize these text messages?
Yes, ma'am.
So mom asked you, because I'm guessing this was around when not Easter, Thanksgiving. Hey, would you want to meet early Friday the 29th on Sunday, November 24th? Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And she then asked you again a few days later on Wednesday, November 27th. Hey, would you want to meet early Friday the 29th?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on November 28th, she asked you, when do you want to meet tomorrow? Which was Thanksgiving Day. Is that correct?
What is, I guess that's the 25th. Is it?
Easter's on a Thursday, 28th. Sorry, I guess Thanksgiving's on a Thursday.
Okay. Yes.
And then you just finally responded normal time. Was there a reason you couldn't respond and communicate with mom?
Feel like that's plenty of communication. That's me stating that I don't want to change what we were already doing. I don't know how clear you can get, and I'm not a chatty, texty person, and obviously she is, but
Okay. Now I want to show you a text exchange that occurred before Easter this year.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so mom sent you the Sunday prior to the Easter week. The next weekend that you have with with Emma is Easter weekend. Easter is my afforded holiday with her, so I will be meeting you at 6 p.m. Saturday night, like the parenting plan instructs. However, if you would like, I will switch weekends with you so you can have her a full weekend with her. What I mean by this is that I would have her Easter weekend and you could have her April 25th weekend and the next weekend that is back on our schedule, May 3rd weekend. I'll do whichever you prefer. She also stated, and this is the next page, also another option for you. She doesn't have school Friday that week, so we can meet Thursday after school, and then I would pick her, I'm assuming, but Saturday at 6, like the plan instructs. Please let me know which option you are interested in so I can plan accordingly. Then she sent you a a picture on Monday, looks like. So you didn't respond to her that Sunday. And then on that Monday, you stated, we will stick to the same planned schedule for Easter weekend, picking her up on Friday at 6 p.m. is your pickup time, correct? And dropping her off for your holiday Saturday night.
Correct.
So even you were given different options for extra parenting time, but you didn't take that up. Is that fair?
I did not want to deviate from what the court ordered because it had already been used against me.
Used against you in mediation, which you do know mediation. We're really not supposed to talk about mediation.
You guys are the attorneys here. I don't know what I'm supposed to say and not supposed to say.
But I mean, so you didn't want that used against you, but you could have had extra time with your daughter just like you had the summer prior. I mean, you deviated prior, correct?
I did.
Okay. And I mean, isn't that best for your daughter to take that time?
I didn't think I was going to get in trouble for getting extra time from deviating from what the court ordered.
What do you mean get in trouble?
Well, I knew we were coming here. And so any little thing, obviously, that you guys can stack against me, I understand that's what's going to happen. And I didn't want that to be one of the things because I don't know how it can be worked.
Did you ask your attorney, hey, is it acceptable for me to take extra parenting time during the course of this litigation that's been ongoing?
No, ma'am.
But you had the option. I mean, you could have asked your attorney about her advice on that.
Of course I could have.
So that was just your thought process,
Yes, ma'am.
not what your attorney told you. Okay. I then want to show you, I mean, would you, and it goes on, but she also offered for you to have her today even till the end of this because she had to travel back and forth to pick her up from Alabama for this. Is that correct? What's been the exchange the last few days?
I dropped her off on Sunday.
And then she went, so she offered you to have her till the end of this trial because she'd be here anyway. Is that fair?
Yes, but she knows that I work this week, so I can't.
And you didn't respond to her regarding that. Is that fair?
No, I've told her we're going to stick to the schedule until all this is over with, repeatedly.
You can point to a text message of you stating that.
I'm sure if I kept records like she did, I'm sure I could point to a few. Yes, ma'am. But I'm not a spiteful person. I don't get dirt on people, and that's not my style. So that's just me. I'm sorry.
You think her just factually stating what y'all's conversations have been is getting dirt on you?
Yeah, dude.
Do you think mom would jump at an opportunity for more parenting time with her daughter? You think that's okay to agree to that?
In what sense?
I mean, you're asking to be primary. Do you think if the roles were reversed, mom would accept all the extra parenting time?
Sustained.
Mom has asked you before for your input on babysitters. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you respond to those messages about her options for babysitters?
Honestly, it's been a long time ago. I can't say whether I did or not. I'm sure you've got it there.
Do you recognize this text message?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So this was mom reaching out, hey, I have a dentist appointment tomorrow and dad is unavailable to watch her. I wanted to know if you would be okay if I reached out to a lady who substitutes at our school, but also teaches Bible study or Bible class, apologies, at our church to watch Emma for that time. I asked because we are supposed to agree on who watches her according to the legal parenting documents. And then she clarified that she's just going to go back with me. I called them back and they will allow it. So does mom reach out to you when it comes to decision making?
She has in this case, yes.
I mean, generally, would you say, I know she's chatty, but would she say she's a good co-parent?
In some areas she is. I'm not gonna take that from her. In some areas she's not.
Okay. And then I did want to talk about your income. So you responded to interrogatories, is that correct?
Set the questions.
Yes,
Yeah,
discovered.
yes, ma'am.
Wait, no. And so you stated that your income, your gross annual income was $111,000, $475. Is that correct? That was your gross income?
I think it was for that calendar year, the way I figured it.
And is your per hour rate still $59.41, or has that gone up?
That's the same. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So would you agree that you've seen mom's income from when she was a school teacher? Have you seen mom's
Prior
income?
to the divorce?
No, during discovery, when we sent you over our answers to the questions.
Yes, I believe it was on there.
So, would you agree that you make at least double what mom makes?
Absolutely not.
You don't agree that $111,000 is more than,
She makes roughly 5-6 grand a month and I make 7 something. How is that double?
we'll have to grab a calculator, but we'll round it to 112. That's about 10,000 a month. And if she makes 5, that's double. Would you agree to that?
No, I wouldn't. That is not double.
Okay. Sorry, you're making me do math. But there, you do make more than mom.
There's no argument in that.
Okay, so you would agree that, this litigation has probably been more difficult for mom to afford versus you.
Well, I imagine whatever they're keeping for the money side that they won't reveal. I'm not saying that it's harder on her than it is me because I can't speak on that, but they haven't give us the answers that we asked for.
What do you mean by that?
What her husband makes.
Oh, so you think she's relied on her husband to pay for attorney fees? Or that's your expectation?
They haven't given us the information, so I can't say.
Did you ever ask again for that information? It's
We
so
did.
important for you, but y'all never sent a deficiency letter.
I don't think you should have to ask twice.
Well, if it was very important to you, you could have certainly asked your counsel about that. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you.
You may redirect.
You were asked if, did you just voluntarily agree to accept 85 days of parenting time with your child? You didn't want to go from being with your child every day to 85 days, did you?
No, ma'am.
You didn't leave the marital residence with your child, did you?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Remain stable.
The mother left the marital residence with your child, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And ultimately, you and the mother came up with an agreement and you agreed that you would have 85 days of parenting time, but that's not what you wanted, was it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And the parenting that's proposed, you were asked, if you were going to get more parenting time under mother's proposed parenting plan. That parenting plan may be the same amount of time or a little bit more, but you go for a long period of time without seeing your daughter. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And right now you're seeing your daughter sometimes 3 weekends a month. Is that correct? If there's more than 4 weekends in a month, sometimes there's 5.
Yes, ma'am. I
Okay.
guess the way it falls.
And under the proposed parenting plan, that Ms. Myers was referring to, often that would only have you having her 1 time per month. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it is different, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were asked about whether or not she was a stay-at-home mom and did she provide all the care and such. When you came home, when you came home from work, did you just sit in your recliner and watch TV and not help? Okay. What did you do when you came home from work?
Most of the time, if I come in and the house was a mess or whatever the case, I would tidy up a little bit,
Would you help with
And-
your daughter?
Of course, I would get cleaned up and then we'd get in their bedroom, get on the floor and play with these little magnetile things or whatever it was she was playing with at the time. We'd go out, we'd run the dogs. I've got beagle hounds and we enjoy getting out and running them, and we'd play around, do that kind of thing until it was time to eat and kind of turn in.
Okay. Would you help put her to bed sometimes?
Of course,
Help get her dressed sometimes?
of course,
Okay. Run errands with her sometimes?
of course.
Okay. And your extended family, they're all ready, willing, and able to help you. Is that true?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you said that there was a time up until you started being cautious about the parenting plan that you'd often take extra time. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Now, with your work, I mean, I'm assuming, I bet it's an accurate statement to say that you're pretty valuable to your work. Is that right?
I don't want to pat myself too much. I try to be humble, but
Are you good at what you do?
I am.
And I mean, you've been there eight years. Sometimes it's hard to get people to stay 8 days,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And so if you provide your work with enough notice, are they willing to be flexible with you?
I've already spoken to all my supervisors and they're on board with adjusting my schedule accordingly.
Is it more difficult if you just have a couple of days' notice in regards to flexibility?
I'm sorry.
Is it more difficult? For example, you were asked if you wanted to keep your daughter yesterday and then today. Well, today you're in court, right? Okay. And you were just asked a couple of days ago if you wanted to keep her yesterday. Do you need a little notice with work?
Not really. My boss and I kind of have I guess you'd call a verbal agreement,
Okay.
that whatever I need to do.
So how much notice do you need to give work? If these times when mom asked you for extra time, did you need to give work a little bit of notice?
I did. At the time, I wasn't per se as valuable, and so I didn't have a standing like I do with the company.
Okay.
But I am standing better with them now to where I can ask of a lot more.
Okay. And the income, your income fluctuates, doesn't it?
It really does. Yes, ma'am.
Are there years when you have a good year?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there
There is.
years when it's a little not so good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you on track to make what you normally make this year, which is about $79,000?
Yes, ma'am. All right.
All right. And then I want to make sure, let's go through just a couple of these text messages. Number one, I think you testified that there might be a string of text messages where you haven't responded, but you've had phone communication with the mother.
Yes, ma'am. I do a lot of talking on the phone rather than texting because you can't.
And then do you communicate some at the pickup and the drop off?
I've tried. It's not very efficient.
Okay. And you were asked about the text messages about Easter, but I think they stopped where you said we'll stick to the same plan schedule for Easter. You would read after she said, okay. What did you say?
Tell her I'm proud of her for sticking with her reading. She is so talented and smart.
All right. And her is Emma.
As
right?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all I have.
Any further policy? Thank you, sir. You step down. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Murdoch, if you would state your name.
Abigail Murdoch.
All right, Ms. Murdoch, you're in a relationship with Matthew Smith, is that right?
Yes, it is.
All right, and how long have you been in a relationship with him?
It's been over a year and a half.
Over a year and a half, okay. And,
I'm gonna have difficulty hearing what
Okay.
you can say. I'm trying to get up closer to that microphone, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
all right, and how often do you see Matthew?
We see each other every week.
Every week? Okay. And you know Miss Emma Grace, is that right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to see Emma Grace and her dad interact?
I have. It's pretty special every time I do.
And I'm sorry, say that again?
It's pretty special every time I do.
Pretty special when you see it. Tell the court about that. What do you witness as far as their interactions and just their connection?
Yes, ma'am. It might make me emotional because my daughter doesn't have her dad in her life, and it's pretty special to see somebody who cares so much and so deeply about their daughter as Matt does, Emma Grace. She's just as excited to see him as he is to see her every time they get together. And even when they're apart, you can tell that they are yearning for each other and for time together. It's really hard to see them say goodbye as well, because I can tell that from what Emma has said and from what Matt has shared with me, they wish that they could just be together all of the time. And you can tell when you see them interact. It's very true. A lot of the times I see them interact, it's not just playful. It is usually, but he teaches her so many things, not just things around the house, like with chores, things that are important for her to be a good citizen, which is something that is extremely important as a parent, to make sure that we're raising kids that are going to be a valuable citizen across the board in any area of their life. But he also teaches her about cooking and about, interacting with the dogs that they have, and about things that are special, like time with family and time with God, and that can look different for everybody. It's also really cute to see them play together, because he gets just as silly as I do. And I joke that I have done a lot of work to heal my inner child, but I can see his come out whenever he's with her, and how they play it's pretty adorable to see their imaginations run wild. And she pretty much has very similar passions to him. So
Very similar what?
passions
Passions.
as he does. So being outdoors is something that you can tell that she really enjoys. I think that it's really unique to see a kid's imagination run wild because of somebody that is fostering that for her. And he does a really great job doing that. They are outdoors doing things that I know that he's ignited in me, like with fishing and hunting and hiking and things like that. I haven't seen them hike, but we've hiked. She does enjoy walking outside and playing, and she has toys that she'll play with outside too. And she loves reading so much, and they've read together, and she adores reading too, which is pretty cute.
All right. I was going to ask you, but I think you've just answered the question. Do you have any concerns about his parenting at all?
No, if someone could love someone too much, that would probably be the concern.
Oh, okay. And how's your relationship with Emma Grace?
It's pretty great. I have worked with children most of my life. I was in after school care when my daughter was really little. She's 15 now. So if that gives you an idea, working with kids is something that I'm good at anyway, but also a passion to be around children and raising children as a mom. I think that's something that I was always led to do anyway in my own life. But having a relationship with someone else's child is very unique and new to me. We kind of hit it off. I think the fact that I am playful anyway helps. And I like a lot of the things that she likes. I adore reading as well, and being creative because of reading too. We also have talked about being outside and playing outside together, things that she's interested in. And playing at playgrounds is something that she finds a lot of fun too. She also likes the water, which is something that I absolutely love. So seeing her near water with her dad has been something that's, I guess, tugs at my heart.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. I'm gonna pass you as the witness for opposing counsel. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
I have.
Okay, has that caused you any concern?
I don't know concern wise, it didn't seem that she was as eager to see her as I've seen her with her dad.
But you would say that this is a well-adjusted child, which is a credit to both parents.
What do you mean by well-adjusted?
I mean, you have no concerns. The child's behavior, is she a well-behaved child, well-adjusted?
She is.
And you would say usually that's a credit to both parents.
I would.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. That's your last witness. I assume you're gonna put on some proof.
Sure.
All right, let's go ahead and take a short recess. Let's stand a recess for 15 minutes.
All right. All right.
Please state your name and current address for the record.
Elizabeth Smith, Swift Road, Alberta.
Okay, and just for the record, and I'd probably speak up a little bit.
Okay.
I'll help the judge out with that. What is your relationship to the child involved in this matter?
I'm the mom.
Okay, and how old is your daughter and what grade is she in?
She's 7 years old and she's about to go into second grade.
Okay, and who currently has more days with your daughter?
Me.
Okay, and can you kind of, and I know we've touched on it through the father's testimony, but kind of describe what the current parenting schedule has been?
It's just been every other weekend, alternating, holidays, and he's afforded 2 weeks in the summer.
Okay. And just to give a little background to the court, when did you and the petitioner, the father, get married?
We got married in February 2015,
Okay. And then how long were y'all married for?
7-8 years.
Okay. And do you remember when the divorce was finalized?
23. I'm not sure. I think it's May 20.
Yes, you're correct. Okay. And are you currently married?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you remarry?
I got married in November
Of which year?
2025.
November of 2025.
Yeah.
What is your spouse's name and what is his occupation?
His name's Michael Priest, and he is a wrestling coach. He's a pastor, a full-time pastor, or he doesn't get paid full-time pastor, but he's a full-time pastor. Like he's not an associate pastor is what I'm saying. Like he's the one who preaches every Sunday.
Push that microphone a little closer to your mouth and just try to project a little bit more. See that guy back there that looks like he can't hear you?
Okay.
Try to talk loudly enough for him to be able to hear you.
Okay.
Sorry, did you say all that he does for work?
So he's a pastor, he's a coach, and he's a teacher, right? He's a teacher.
Okay.
Yes.
What grade does he teach?
He teaches high school students.
Okay, and what subject?
He actually teaches it's the kids who they get expelled. So it's that's just another ministry that he has, like the kids who get expelled from their schools. Anyways, I think his technical subject is history maybe. But he's
An alternative school?
yes, it's not. Thank you. I couldn't find that word in my brain.
And what kind of coach is he?
He's a wrestling coach.
Okay, so big passion of his.
Yes.
And where does he currently reside?
He lives at 23481 Swift Road, Alberta.
Okay. And so if y'all were married in November of 2025, have y'all been doing long
Got
distance?
married 3 months from now, 4 months from now.
In November, yes, sir.
Well, you got married in November of 2025. That's 4 months from this.
Oh, sorry, 2024. Thank you.
Thought it was maybe an anticipatory.
No, it's
Oh,
2024.
my. Sorry, I didn't even pick up on that. Sorry about that. November 2024.
Yeah.
So y'all were married in November 2024, but did y'all live long distance during your marriage at
Yes.
points? Okay. Why did y'all do that?
Well, we just thought, first I wanted Emma to be able to finish her first grade year, so that was important to me. And then another reason was we just thought it would be helpful for her to have time with our family and then to go back to just regular life of just me and her. And then it's just a gradual process. And then it was also just out of respect for, trying to, seek out and trying to come to an agreement, with her father.
Okay. Does your spouse have children from previous relationships?
Yes,
Okay. Can you tell us about those children?
sure. So the two oldest, they have chosen he has two daughters that are the oldest, and they have chosen to live with him full time. And they both wrestle with him, they're in wrestling. So, anyways, and then he has a 3-year-old, and we have her 50% of the time. He
Okay.
has 50-50 custody.
And so all daughters, he doesn't have a son?
Right, correct.
Okay. And so these children reside in the home with you and your spouse when you are in Baldwin County?
Yes.
Okay. And so, how many people live in that household when y'all are all together?
When we're all together, 6.
Okay. Is the home big enough for that?
There's a room for every girl. And obviously we have our own room, and then all the girls share 2 bathrooms. So it's a really nice house.
And are y'all planning to stay in that home, or are y'all working on?
We are working on a house that's just in Fairhope. So it's actually closer. I mean, it's not that much closer to where her dad lives, but it's still, like, I looked up the mileage, right? So we're just working on that right now, and I'm not sure when it will.
Same county though.
Yeah, and he's gonna be, like, it would not upset or disrupt her schooling, because since he works in the district, like, she would still go, like, the school that she'll be attending if we are awarded our parenting plan. It's literally right beside his school. So.
And she won't be disrupted for moving from Alberta to Fairhope.
Right, exactly.
Could you describe Fairhope generally for us? Is it a safe place?
Yeah, it's a really nice place.
Okay. I asked because Dad said it had a bad crime rate. I'm very familiar. Is that true to your knowledge, that there's a lot of crime in Fairhope,
I mean,
Alabama?
I'm not familiar with crime rates, so.
But you've
I
not
can't-
had concerns.
No.
Okay. I do want to talk a little bit about the steps you took. You mentioned that you took a slow transition, but let's just talk generally. When did you first introduce your now husband to Emma?
So she was, like, so we waited a while before, like, obviously any of our kids knew that the other person existed. And then, we, like, introduced with phone calls. And to be honest, I can't remember when it was, a few months after, I guess, when we knew that it was serious. And it was, significant. And then she didn't get to meet him until, let me make sure I tell you the right time. Oh golly, I can't remember. Was it October? I think it was October. No, it was September. I can't remember. It was either October or September.
What steps did you take to ensure that this introduction was gradual and comfortable for Emma? You kind of touched on that,
Yeah,
but
I feel like I've touched on that. And then we just, like, met at a park the first time, just kind of tried to make it all about what I knew she would like, what she wanted to do. And so, yeah.
has your daughter developed a relationship of some kind with your husband?
Yeah.
And could you kind of describe that to the court?
I mean, just they play together, like, he cooks food for her, he there's been times that she's had like Bible questions and, he's answered those questions. Like there's times that we like all watch a movie together and she sits beside him and in between us. And I don't know, like she's just,
She's
Well,
comfortable with him.
yeah, absolutely.
How is her relationship with her now stepsisters?
I think she has this relationship with her stepsisters as most girls do, like, the older ones, she thinks that they're awesome, but she doesn't, like, they don't spend as much time with her,
Sure.
because they're teenagers. The one that she's developed a really close relationship with is the youngest, and they spend every second that they can together.
Has her father ever raised any concerns to you about, besides today, about your husband or his family and the remarriage?
No,
Has he ever asked about it?
I mean, we just had the initial talk when I first told him, that I was going to be getting married, and he never asked any questions after that.
But you would welcome introducing your husband
I
to.
love that, actually, for Emma's sake.
Would you say that the blending with your spouse's children has been successful?
I think so.
Okay. Have there been any behavioral or emotional challenges for Emma with this life change for her?
I mean, she's operated as an only child, so it's been hard, like at the beginning, to learn about sharing and really like having to do that. So that was, I would say, the first week or so, like we talked a lot about that, for both of the girls, not just Emma, but both. And that's gotten significantly better. Something else was where the other child is on the end of the spectrum of extrovert. Emma is somewhere closer to, at some point she needs alone time, right? She needs, she enjoys people, but like eventually, and especially with her little sister, she just, at some point she needs, and so we've had to talk about, like, because you need space, it doesn't make you a bad person. We've told her to use her words, and sometimes the 3-year-old will not listen. And so now me and Michael have just told her, like, listen, if she doesn't listen, then you're allowed to lock your door. But if an adult or a big sister knocks on the door, then you have to, so then she knows that she's free to like go and just like have time to just for herself. And so those are probably the two biggest things I would say.
So you and your spouse have worked together on making this
Absolutely.
successful. Would you say that this new family structure has provided more support, stability, and resources for your daughter?
I would say so, just because, something that, the past 2 years that she's been praying about, like herself, is she's just wanted a friend. And there's just been, even in her kindergarten class and her first grade class, she never was able to like really make those connections, with kids. Like she would have, there would be a few people that she would play with, but like she wanted, that best friend. And now she just has somebody to play with all the time. And, but also just, she sees me like happy, and I think there's value there. And, I don't know. I definitely think so.
Yeah. Have you seen any negative impact on her from this?
One of the reasons why I offer extra time is because she does say, that she wants to see her daddy. She loves time with her daddy. She really does. And so, she's mentioned that. And so that's why, I offer the extra time, because that's one thing that has been said.
And in what ways has your remarriage enhanced your ability to care for your daughter?
We act as a team. So like all of the responsibilities of raising up kids and growing character, and it's a 2-person job now. And I just feel like she gets a better version of me because I have help and support.
Oh. And your husband's not here today, but can you tell the court why he couldn't be here?
He's watching his girls.
He's got his own children.
Yeah.
I do want to, one thing they brought up is that So now you're moving further away from maternal grandparents, is that correct?
Right.
How far will your home be from where you lived in
Tennessee, and they had a very strong connection and bond when we lived in Tennessee.
so it's about 200 miles?
Right.
Okay. What family or support do you have nearby when you're going to live in Baldwin County, Alberta and Fairhope?
I mean, the church is like a very big community that we have. And I say big community, it's a really small church, but it's still like, it behaves like a family, right? And so we have people that, I mean, obviously, like I would have to get approval, like for him to be okay with someone watching, but I definitely feel like supported there. And Emma's already made friends there. And did that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
Will your parents still be within a reasonable distance to provide support?
Oh, yes. My mom and Emma are incredibly close. When we lived in Tennessee, like she came to many OBGYN appointments. She was there constantly, and she's already talking about how, like this summer, every time she's seen her dad, she's seen them. And that's like, I've talked with my mom, they're planning to retire like in the next year. But before they retire, she said that at least once a month, they're planning on coming down there.
So you think you'll still have regular time with your parents and her
It's
grandparents?
guaranteed. Like,
Okay.
they are inseparable.
So do you think her access to your family will decrease because of this 200-mile move?
I mean, before, what my parents were caretaking, so like we got to see them probably like once a week, for like maybe 3 hours. And now, it'll be like, once a month for an extended weekend. So I definitely think it's either the same, but it'll be even, it's a longer amount of time, like, more focused time, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I did want to move on to your daughter's medical needs, and I know we touched on it with Dad, but your daughter has ulcerative colitis, correct?
Correct.
When was she diagnosed with that?
She was diagnosed October. I think it was 2022, because it was the year before. I don't want to put a date on that. Like, I think it was the year.
Time frame is fine.
It was the year before, like we were separated.
Okay. Can you just briefly explain your understanding of ulcerative colitis and how it affects your daughter?
I mean, it's definitely been a mystery in that, like, we're trying to figure it out, right? Like, there's just so much that's happening inside that you can't see. It's my understanding that it's an autoimmune disease. So, and it's ulcers that line the inside of her intestines, which can make, when she's in a flare up, and it's something that she'll have like her whole life. So she's either in a flare up or she's in remission. And she can be triggered by different things, and we are still trying to figure out what those things are.
What happens if she has the flare up?
The first is just pain, in her stomach. And obviously blood in her stool, urgency, like she has to go. And then if she's in a full-on flare, then she has accidents, like she can't make it in time.
So have you been managing her symptoms on a day-to-day basis while in your care? Who's responsible for scheduling and attending her medical appointments?
Me.
And what kind of medical appointments does this require?
Well, thankfully, she's been in remission. There's been like little hints of flares, but the doctor's given us like some extra medication to do. Anyways, and I haven't had to do that in a while, but can you repeat the question?
Yes. I was just asking, what kind of medical appointments does this?
So because, thank you, because she's been in remission. We've just like had a follow-up, just basically to check in. So like that happened in like, I think June 1st, or it was like the first week of June. And they just take blood work. They like have to get a stool sample, or I have to get a stool sample. And they just check her out and do all that.
What's the frequency of these follow-ups with her doctor?
It's just twice a year unless she's not in remission. If she's in a flare up, it's much more, but I would say like the frequency of appointments is more for her sickness, right? Because it's an autoimmune disease. So she just, because of elementary school, she's sick, I feel like more so than average kiddos. And where like, I just feel like hers is an extended, like, for example, she had rotavirus. I think it was in kindergarten. Yes. And like, she had like, I guess for most kids, like it's vomiting and diarrhea. Well, that's her problem area. So like we ended up having to go to the emergency room because she was just having so many trouble. And it was like a 4 to 5 day thing where she was out of school. So.
Wow, it's a long time. And then, so it requires medications. Do you administer those to her?
Yes.
And do you assist dad with getting what she needs medication wise?
Yes.
And are there any specific dietary restrictions or meal planning requirements?
I mean, the only food that they've told us that we cannot give her is corn, because all of us know it's not digested. So it's very hard on the stomach. And another food that me and Emma have just figured out is apples. She can have applesauce, but apple, like just an apple with peel, like I don't know what it is like typically, and so I just have stopped giving her those like a while ago. But it's just basically figuring things out, right? Like it's because you just don't know what's going on inside. Trial and error.
How has managing her condition kind of played into your parenting responsibilities?
I mean, we talk about poop a lot. That's one thing. And I don't know, like, she also has a peanut allergy. So like, that's something that I don't know, like, I'm just thinking about, and also it's very backwards, because you, as normal people, you think, oh, they need fruits and vegetables, and when she's in a flare up, it's like the exact opposite. It's like bland foods and basically no fiber, because obviously fiber is hard to digest. So it's just, I can be weird about food, like I know that he spoke about the hot dogs, which I was getting organic hot dogs. She loves hot dogs. We don't give it every time,
What's
but
an organic hot dog? I didn't know. There was a thing.
well, you can get it at Publix. So, but
Is it meat or is it veggies?
oh no, an organic hot dog is just, it's meat, but it's organic. I don't know.
Nobody knows what that is.
But anyways, what I was gonna say is just that we had hot dogs before and there were no symptoms, like there were no flare-ups. So when I find a food that she likes and it's like, okay, I know this is safe for your situation, sometimes I stick with it, but we don't do hot dogs every meal. But that is one of her favorites.
And it's safe, yeah.
It is safe, right?
Well, do you think your home environment supports her medical needs?
Absolutely.
And how important is continuing this care for your daughter?
I think it's really important. I mean, I'm so thankful that she's been in remission, the past few times that she's not, like when she had that stomach virus in kindergarten. It's just very scary because you can see a boo-boo on the outside, right? Like there's so many things that kids have that's on the outside, so much hers is on the inside you can't see. And as a parent, I mean, I know when we initially learned, like that was frustrating for both of us. Like we just had so many questions and the doctors are like, every person's different. Like every person has different things that cause a flare up. So
Are you going to get her a doctor when you move?
I've thought about that. We just have a relationship with Dr. Jester, and I mean, she's established there, and I've just thought maybe we should just keep her there.
So you'd be willing to transport her to Alexander City to meet with her doctor?
Not her, well, actually her doctor is because there's not another children's hospital, right? There's not another children's hospital down in that area. I think there's one that someone's told me about that's in Pensacola. I just haven't like done the research, right? I would be willing to go to that one. It's just that Dr. Jester's, but she's in Birmingham, the children's.
Okay, so you've already had to travel to get her to
Oh, yeah.
that particular physician, and you're willing.
Absolutely.
Do you believe that it's in your daughter's best interest as it relates to her ulcerative colitis to remain in your care, in your primary care?
I do.
And why?
Um, I think obviously both of us care deeply about her, but I've had more time, to watch what's going on. I mean, I'm very like nurturing, like I think most moms are. So like, when I notice that she's not feeling well, like, it's just, I don't know, like it's easy. Like it's just a knee-jerk reaction, right? To nurture, to caretake, and I think that, with her having this condition at such a young age, like I think I've done a good job at keeping her in remission the times that she's had sickness due to being in an elementary school. I think I've done a good job at being able to give her the care that she needs and help her in that way.
I do want to talk a little bit about when you were married. What was Dad's involvement with caring for your daughter on a daily basis?
I mean, it's like you said, he's always provided, financially. And when he would come home, he would, play with her and, and then, some Saturday mornings he would like make breakfast for her. Like that was a meal that he enjoyed making for her.
But let me ask, who handled, feeding, bathing, bedtime, medical needs during y'all's marriage?
It was me for the most part.
And you were a stay-at-home mom
Yes.
doing all that? Dad mentioned he did stay home. Did he ever have to stay home from work while you were a stay-at-home mom to care for your daughter when she was sick?
I don't remember that because I was a stay-at-home mom. I don't really understand why he would have had to do that. So in my memory, I do not remember him ever taking off work to.
Was he involved with going to doctor's appointments?
No. There was one time when she initially had ulcerative colitis that we did like do a phone, like where I had the phone and like he talked with the doctor that way, and so he was still at work, but he still,
Participate?
yeah.
Has he asked to attend doctor's appointments in Birmingham or?
No, but I've tried to tell him when they're coming up, but
He's just not. He trusts you to handle that. I do want to talk about his work schedule when y'all were married. So what job did the dad have while y'all were married?
in the later part of our marriage, he had that one, the one that he spoke about.
What is that?
The elevator.
Elevator, okay.
Yes.
Mechanic, correct? Repairman?
Elevator installator. Installation, I don't know.
Okay, so, and that's a full-time job?
Yes.
Did it require him to be away from home for long periods?
Yeah, he would sometimes have to be like, it wasn't consistently, but like sometimes he'd have to be away for a weekend, and then there were times where they would take him out of a town for like a week.
Did he ever have to leave before 6 a.m.?
Yeah, he was always gone like way earlier than 6.
I guess just generally describe what his work schedule is.
If I remember correctly, he was either leaving at 4.
It's just not relevant to what it was during the marriage.
And this is predating the divorce, correct?
It was,
Sustain the objection.
Okay. But to your knowledge, he's still working the same job?
Oh, he's working the same job, yes, to my knowledge.
And when y'all were married, he has Fridays off? You've heard that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Has he ever asked during the last year to have her earlier than 6 p.m. on a Friday?
Maybe. I don't want to say yes or no because I can't like fully remember, right? But it's a possibility.
Well, we went through those texts he never responded to.
Right. Those texts, but like there's been times where he's like, I'll let you know, or I would say consistently, not normally, but I just don't want to say no because
There may be a time that
right.
you're misremembering. Do you have concerns about what he testified to about his job? Do you have concerns about his ability to be a primary parent, single parent to your daughter if he has this job?
I mean, what he said, he made it sound like they're very flexible and very willing. I did prior to today, but if he's telling the truth about how flexible, I mean, just it sounds like he could possibly be able to, watch her but I don't know if I don't know.
You don't know. You
Right,
don't
I don't
know.
know.
It's based on what's not current, I
Right.
guess. What are your thoughts on your daughter being in after school care?
I mean, I don't see a problem with
You had her in a after school program. Could you explain that to the court, what that looked like?
I did, and it was a STEM program, right? Which means
What does that mean?
science, technology, mathematics, and it was not for kids who are behind. It was an extracurricular. They were doing like projects, STEM projects. And just to clarify, like on the days, like there were some days that I stayed late because I had teaching, like I was planning for the next day. And I thought it would be more enjoyable for Emma to be doing that than just sitting in the classroom with me. There were times when I went to dentist appointments or other appointments that I thought she would much rather be with kids her age on a playground or doing STEM activities. So, but so I didn't have a problem with it, and I put it in the thing that I let him know. I sent him like the reminder.
He said it. He said that you sent it to him
Right,
before
so-
school started.
Right. So, but anyways, so if he like, I don't have a problem with an after school program. It
But
seemed like he did, but
you think it was a beneficial program for your daughter, not
I mean,
because you didn't want a parent.
well, and I knew all of the, like literally the teacher that was teaching it was someone that was in my teaching team. Like, so she knew about the peanut allergy. Like, there would be times if Emma's tummy was ever hurting, it might have just been because she needed to poop. Like, I still got a response, like I still was updated about that. So I thought it was great.
And then did Dad ever, when he expressed concerns, did you agree to not make her or not have her go anymore?
Yeah. When he expressed concerns, like I took her out of the program.
And is your plan to have her in any before or after school care for the upcoming school year? And you're planning to enroll her in public school?
Yep.
At Fairhope?
If that's what's agreed to.
If that's what
Yeah.
your intention is. Not homeschool.
Mm-mm.
Okay. I did want to talk a little bit about, do you have concerns related to Dad's hobbies of hunting, fishing, and the like, trapping?
I do, just because, Emma's told me a few times that she's like, I'm bored when I'm there, like, and so I worry that like, just because he's so passionate about it, like he's just gonna like be like, this is what we're doing, you know? I do see the value in like them spending time together. Like I see what he's getting at, but, it won't, it feels less like sometimes it sounds a little bit more like an obsession. So it's just way more frequent. And so I am concerned about just how often that might be.
Do you have concerns that he'll prioritize his interest over hers the older she gets? And
I mean, I think that that's happened already just with the movies that they watch, like the music that they listen to, the things that they do. Like it's a lot of it is not kid appropriate. It's, I mean, even by the world standards, it's not, you know, PG-13 movies. And then, you know, she was allowed to watch Last of the Mohicans, which is rated R. Like that's by the world standards, that's not appropriate for. And so I just think a lot of times, it's just like, this is what I want to do. So you're here. So that's what we're going to do. That's what it seems like to me anyways.
is that how you interact with your daughter?
I mean, like anytime our children are awake, like everything is like totally goes around them, their needs. Like, I mean, obviously we're not like hyper focused, but like if we want to watch something and they come in the room, or if we want to watch something and they're awake, like we'll wait till they're asleep, you know, like,
What kind of interest does your daughter have?
well, her imagination is crazy. She's playing dress up constantly. She's always just in garb of some sort. She's loves reading. She's very talented at it. She loves music. She likes dancing. She likes anything that's like prissy, you know, like princess, and I don't know. She's just very animated. I could see her being in theater one day just because of how like I don't know, theatrical she is, and I don't know. And she loves going to church. That's something that she talks about. Just like if we ever miss it, she's really upset about that. But she's light. She's love. Like she's just a little piece of light wherever she goes.
Yeah, it sounds like both you and dad have kind of done a great job. So you plan to support her and her interests
Yeah,
as they
absolutely.
develop.
Absolutely.
Now I do want to turn a little bit about your concerns with the pornography usage. Did his usage of that ever concern you in the context of parenting and, you know, what your daughter could be exposed to?
Sure.
Can you kind of explain what you mean when you say yes to that?
I mean, I guess when I lived there, I wasn't as concerned because I was always there, right? But not being there and knowing that he has this addiction, and I know that because it's his words, not mine. That happened in our counseling session, our premarital counseling. He disclosed that to me. So I'm not using that word out of my own vocabulary. I'm using it because he named it that. But it was something that was riddled all throughout our marriage. And there was only one time that I actually found it out. Other times I asked him point blank, have you been looking at it again? And he would typically disclose either yes, or like, when you ask me about it, well, then that's when I think about it. So don't ask me about it. So like, it was something that was ongoing. It was something that I got counseling for. So am I worried about how it's going to affect Emma? Like right now, my fear is that we're on best behavior. If we had, you know, if he had complete custody of her, and what happens when he's stressed out? What happens when he's getting, I just have fears. I just have fears about what that's going to look like for her and what she could possibly be exposed to. I think the visual desensitize, whatever that word is, but I think that's already happened. with just what he allows her to watch. And he doesn't think about how, like, she's 7, like she has this innocence. And yes, the world is going to, try to take that from her, but as her parents, like, let's protect that, let's do our job there. And I do worry about that.
And I do want to talk about the support systems that he's brought up. So you're familiar with his family that lives nearby. Have they, to your knowledge, ever helped care for your daughter?
I do think I think he disclosed in the questionnaire like that our cousin Morgan did once. So I wasn't asked about it, but I mean, I feel comfortable with Morgan.
Sure. Have you observed that he has consistent family support?
I think like his aunt and uncle, like they're great people, and I think they would consistently support him, but he doesn't typically allow, like he's just self-sufficient, right? So I don't know because that's who I asked if they could watch her while we were, doing court and whatnot. And he said that they work. So that wasn't.
So he didn't ask, or he just answered for them?
I'm not sure about that.
You're comfortable asking your family for help.
Yeah.
See, and you would say he's not as comfortable asking them for.
I mean, I can't answer that. So.
Okay. Do you think you have a better support system in your life by comparison?
I mean, I've asked my mom, like, if I ever need you, like, will you be able to come down here? And she's like willing to take off work and come down there. So even if I did need her to come down, like.
And you think that's benefited your daughter?
Absolutely.
And the history is there that your mom and your dad have been supportive?
Absolutely.
Okay. I do want to now move on to your proposed parenting plan, and that was filed, Your Honor, with the court on July 8th. It should be in.
I've looked at it.
Okay. I was gonna say, I'm gonna give you a copy of it.
Okay.
And I just want to so this is something you've put some thought into. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Can you kind of describe generally what your proposal is?
So my proposal is that he would get and it's listed here. So what we did is we went through and we looked at the school calendar, right? So like every month we looked at like what would be a long weekend. That way they could have like a longer amount of time together. And it's basically just, I mean, do I need to go through every month?
No, just generally.
And then of course, like he would be also in those months, he would also be afforded another week where he could come down, and then Emma wouldn't have to travel, but he would be afforded another weekend.
Why is that important to you that one weekend she goes up, generally one weekend or, spring break may
Right.
be in place of the one weekend, but why is that important to you that he traveled to Alabama some to visit her?
I just think it takes like, that ball out of her court of having to travel and, just, I don't know, like, and the times that he has, they've had a great time at the beach.
Has he traveled down?
He has.
Can you tell the court a little bit about that?
He traveled he spent a week there for his summer vacation. And to my knowledge, they had a really good time at the beach. And then there was another week, maybe it was spring break. It was one of the breaks during school that he
Opted to be in Alabama
I think if I'm remembering
by choice to be
Yes.
in Alabama. Okay. Does he have a dad that lives in Pensacola?
the way I understood it was that he was visiting for a long amount of time, but like he's going to be leaving soon is what I understood.
But he has that option. I guess dad has an RV, something down there.
Maybe.
Okay. And so what your thoughts on, your daughter traveling by plane each and every time?
The more that I think about it, the more, it's not something that like financially, it feels like a luxury for my family. So I don't think that we can afford it. However, I'm not as close to it as I was, just because sat Emma down and I talked with her about it. She seemed really worried at first, but then, and I told her, you'll be able to get in the cockpit with, the pilot, because that's what the mediator told us. I don't know if that's correct. But, I mean, and I was like, you'll travel with someone, and she just was really emotional. When she went to Dad's, she came back and she was like, I want to fly. Like, so she did verbalize that she was interested in that. But financially, like that feels like a luxury for me. So I've just proposed that I could still drive all the way to Priceville, even though it's not in the middle for us. I've proposed that. And another concern that I have is that, like, if we have tickets, like typically a plane ticket you have to get in advance, like so much of what goes on in her little stomach you can't see, and her GI specialist has said if she is in a flare-up, she is not to travel. So, I mean, through, a plane. So, and so it's just hard to know, like, and then let's just say that she gets there on the plane and it's fine, but then like over the weekend, she starts to develop symptoms. Like, it's just, I don't know, it just feels, so those are just my concerns.
But if the court ordered that she has to fly, you would honor that.
Yeah, of course I would.
But your preference, I guess, would be that y'all drive, or at least you're allowed to drive one way and he could maybe send her back the other way or vice versa.
Yeah.
I did want to go through the holiday schedule. Is there any consideration for why these are even odd as they are, or day to day, or every for father? As it relates to
So,
the other
like,
children in your
the
home?
Martin Luther, oh yes, like, so we've tried to make sure that all of our weekends match up with the youngest one, the one that she's just like bonded so well with. So we've tried to like make sure that the times that she would be, spending those holidays with us, that she would also be able to be with her younger sister.
Sure. And when you looked at this, did you take into consideration the duration between each visit to make sure it's pretty evenly spaced?
Yes.
Something. And do y'all currently, does Dad get fall vacation every year currently?
I would have to I look at the parenting plan like probably once a month. I would say I can't tell you.
But you're willing to give him spring break every year?
Yeah, absolutely.
You've had spring break since, you've had a spring break since the parenting plan. And then Christmas, you want that split based on how many, just in the middle? Is
Yeah.
that fair? And then you want to give him summer vacation month of June?
Right.
And then on some years, he'd also get through the July 5th, such that he could enjoy the 4th of July. Is that fair?
Right. Yep.
Why do you think that summer vacation schedule is in the best interest of Emma?
The longest she's ever been away from me has been probably like 10-ish days, because like this last time I know that he like had her from Friday to Sunday. Like she's never been away for like 2 weeks, to my memory. And so the idea of like 4 weeks without seeing her, knowing the lack of communication, and I always tell her, if you don't want to call mama, you focus on daddy. Like you focus on daddy. Like, but if you do, you call me. And like, I worry, because I've done so much to facilitate a relationship and to support a relationship between her and her daddy. She loves him, and I know that he loves her. And so I've done everything that I can. I have sent pictures, I've sent letters, we have pictures up of him in her bedroom, like in our house. Like, he is not spoken negatively about, like she knows she can come back and just be like, I had the best time at daddy's. She can talk about that at our house. Like, it's a safe place and it's welcomed. And I've done that, but that same respect that I've given, it has not been extended back to me. And that has been very frustrating because I am trying, ever since we started this whole process, my vision has been at her wedding with me and him in the same room. She's not going to be panicking about the fact that her daddy and her mom are in the same room. She's going to just be able to enjoy her day. And that can be said about any special day she has, you know? And so that's what I've been trying to build ever since here. And that's been very hard for me. And so the idea of being away from her for 4 weeks it's very hard for me, but I know that, I don't want to take time away. That's not what the goal is, but I'm concerned about 4 weeks away.
Has he historically taken advantage of the
No.
long times in the summer?
No,
the 2
every,
weeks?
every summer we've had, and he was correct in saying that there was last summer, he did take Fridays, right? But they didn't add up to a full week. That's all we said at mediation. They did not add up to a full week. So he did not have his full 2 weeks of summer vacation. The summer before that, he had 1 week of summer vacation with her. And this summer he has taken a full 10 days. And when we talked previously, he had planned on taking another week. So
Did he have childcare during that, or was it just him doing the child?
it was just him.
So he's never scheduled childcare for her in Tennessee, to your knowledge?
I mean, he didn't okay it with me if he did. So I would say no.
Okay. And then you want to keep joint decision-making. We're asking the court to impute you at an income of minimum wage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell the court a little bit about your work history and why we're asking for that?
So like previously, like ever since Emma's been born,
Yes.
I was a stay-at-home mom. I did 1-year-old curriculum with her. I did when that was ABC Jesus Loves Me, and then we moved into a Becca, and that was K-4 program. And so when we got separated, when he filed for divorce, I put her into a school because I knew I needed to work, but it wasn't what I wanted. Like I've always wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. So now we're going to go back to being a stay-at-home mom. Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
I just asked why we're in, and we can go into that,
Okay.
but the imputing you at federal minimum wage,
Right.
why we're asking for that. And just, yes, so you're gonna, I guess, let me ask you this. So you've decided with your husband now to return to that role of stay-at-home mom. How will that benefit Emma, particularly given her age and her medical needs?
Obviously all of the appointments, the sicknesses, and the field, one of the reasons why it's so important to me is that I wanted to be there for every field trip. I wanted to be there for, I wanted to be a room mom for the school so that I could be a presence for her. I've seen parents at school have lunch with their kids. I wanted to do that, and I just couldn't do that when I was working. And so I just want to be a presence for her. I want her to know that she's supported. And then of course the ability to take her to appointments and it not to be like, oh gosh, can you watch Emma while I go lesson plan? She's sick, because I had to do that with my mom. Whenever she would get sick, I would have to leave and go do lesson plans. And so it would just be, and when all of this began, that's why I actually started thinking about becoming a stay-at-home mom again, is because I was doing everything that I could to keep us out of court, because I feel like that just helps with our co-parenting if we can work through things. And so that's why I said in the letter, that we can still meet here. Nothing has to change. I literally told I'd called the school, my husband had gone to the elementary school, and he had said, hey, this parenting plan, it would cause her to leave, school at this point of the day. Could we do that? And as long as they had the parenting plan, they could. I told him that nothing had to change. And I mean, obviously we're here, so like that's not what he wanted and I respect that. But that's why I started, because I knew that I would have to leave work early, and what job would allow you to work, what teaching job, I guess, would allow you to work Monday through Thursday and then be off on Friday.
To drive up to.
Right. So that was where the initial thought began.
Do you think you staying at home will provide your daughter with more consistency and just better care in general?
Absolutely.
How do you plan to support yourself though and your daughter financially if you're a stay-at-home mom?
My husband and I like have gone through the budget, like his income, like we've gone through the budget. We've made sure like it's gonna work and it's gonna
Now, obviously, have y'all have not had a budget flying her to Tennessee 20
No.
times, 24 times. So that would you be able to do stay-at-home mom if you had to pay for 12 flights a year?
I don't know. Like, I think that would be a praying to Jesus kind of thing, praying for his advice, because I don't know if that would be something that I haven't looked at the figures. So
Yeah, it's hard to know flight costs ahead of time, but you know, have you made adjustments to your lifestyle and budget to make staying at home a possibility?
absolutely.
Okay. And you think you being in that role will be in the best interest of your daughter?
Absolutely.
And since you've been kind of, I guess, stay-at-home mom this summer, because you weren't working this summer, how has your daughter responded to that?
I mean, we've just had lots of time together and I don't know, just building relationships and
Absolutely. So that was, and I'm just going through the plan. You don't want to change anything as it relates to federal income tax or health and dental insurance. There was one part that you did want to change related to medical expenses. Could you kind of, and that's on page 6. That was under the uncovered reasonable and necessary medical expenses.
page 6.
That's what I've got.
Oh, wait, I see it now. So I just wanted to add in, over-the-counter probiotics because her physician requires her to have 2 probiotics every day. And that's been something that I've been paying for by myself, ever since. And I mean, it's like $50 a month. So,
Just help with that.
yeah,
Other than that, y'all have been working through, you're okay with dividing everything equally?
I guess. So.
I guess just generally, do you think if this were a plan that was ordered, do you think that you and the father could co-parent under this plan?
I hope so. I hope so, no matter what the parenting plan is. I struggle with believing. I just don't, I don't know. I don't know because it's just felt like, the communication that I've tried, the things that I've tried, like he's going to continue to get my best when it comes to Emma, right? Like no matter what, I really worry that if she's under his care full time, what my relationship, how that will be damaged.
How does your proposed plan just generally serve the best interest of your daughter?
I mean, it takes away some of her travel time. It gives her longer weekends with her father. It gives her a much longer time in the summer with her dad. And I mean, the plan in my view, like a lot of this plan is so similar. I mean, I know that there's another weekend that he's traveling down there, but to me that benefits her. And it still gives them time together. But it's so similar. I feel like it wouldn't disrupt a lot of, it wouldn't be a huge change for her, except for the summer and then she would have more time with him, so.
Does this plan allow you to continue managing her medical condition?
Yes, outside of the 4 weeks that she's,
And does it support her relationship with extended family on both sides?
I mean, if he like lets them see her, I mean, that would be up to him for her to see them, during that time, right?
And what do you think the impact would be if the court decided today to flip-flop and make you an alternative residential parent and dad primary? How do you think that would impact Emma?
I mean, I first think about just her um little heart's enjoyment for church, being involved in a church community. And I know that it was mentioned that they've been a few times, but the one time that they went, she came back and she was like, I went to church with daddy. Like, she was so excited. And that happened. She told me that happened at one time. And obviously they might have gone other times that she didn't say, but she tells me, everything. And she was so excited when they went. And, there's been times, and they went on a Saturday night. So I was like, that's something that they actually can do. But I think that spiritually, that's not been something. I mean, when we were married, like, he didn't go to church with us often. Now, he did on occasion, but consistently, like, that was something that he felt like I was pulling him to do and he didn't want to do. So I do think spiritually she would suffer, and that's something that she's voiced an enjoyment of. She's known me, like, and consistently been with me from the very beginning. And I can't imagine what that change would do. And then I think that it would be detrimental to her relationship with my mother, because the relationship between them has completely stopped. I mean, there were times that I just don't know if he barely fosters a relationship. Like, I feel like and I shouldn't say that, because there have been times that he has said positive things about me where I could hear, like in front of Emma. But it's a stretch. Like, so I struggle with believing if he struggles with supporting that relationship, would he support a relationship with her grandparents? And I mean, I don't feel like he's had enough. There's not been enough evidence to say that he would or would not foster, like, the whole medical. Like, I mean, we're both, I think, just doing the best we can in that regard, So, I mean, I would be worried about her. So.
And is there anything else before I turn you over to opposing counsel that you want Judge Wolf to know?
I think everything's been said.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Turn you over now.
All right, 5 after 4, Ms. Salinas, how long do you expect I assume you're going to take a while? I don't want to limit you. All right, well, we're going to adjourn for the day. Before we do, I want you to think about this. I want to ask you this question, and then you can follow up tomorrow with your lawyer or however you want to. As your lawyer pointed out, one of the things that I have to do is to determine who should be the primary residential parent. She asked you the question about the impact it would have on your daughter if I flipped it and he was the primary residential parent. My question to you is let's say that is what happens, and that I make him the primary residential parent. What would you want to have in the way of a visitation schedule for yourself?
What would I want to have for myself?
Yeah, I mean, if he's the primary residential parent and your daughter is living here primarily with him, how much time and what would you want with your daughter?
Do you want me to answer that now?
Yeah, well, you think about it. I'll let you answer that tomorrow. But that's one of the questions that I have to answer is who should be the primary residential parent? And if I make that change, I have to determine what you should have in the way of that. And this is it's not really a trick question, but it gives me insight. Because if you think that time with him is appropriate with your daughter, then what you offered, then that should be appropriate for you, I would think, unless there's some reason it shouldn't be appropriate for you. I know you don't want to change the custody, but I'm saying if you look at it from the perspective of, if you think he should be the one traveling down there one time a month, then why shouldn't you be the one traveling up here one time a month? I'm not suggesting that's what I'm going to do, but I'm suggesting that there's going to be a question asked either by Ms. Salinas or by me tomorrow to get your insight on what you think would be the schedule that you ought to have if he is the primary residential parent. Because it's not as simple as simply saying, this is what I want, and I either get to move or I don't. One of the options I have is to simply say, I'm going to change custody. There's a whole set of factors I have to determine. Another option I have is to grant your request, but I give him a different schedule than what you've proposed. Another option I have is to say that I'm not going to allow the move to take place, and you're going to have to live in the town that you and he committed and agreed to at that point in time, because you moved with, according to what I'm hearing, you may or may not have moved without having gotten permission of the court. So those are things that I'm going to have to deal with in this case. That's the reason I'm not going to keep going for another hour and then have to try to make a decision in a late hour of the day. I want to give you an opportunity to think about that. That's where we are. Your child is in the middle of this situation. There is no good answer for this. She loves her father. She loves you. It's an unfortunate situation that your daughter is going to have to be in a situation that I have to make the decision on how often she sees each of you. I don't want to do it. I would rather see you two come to an agreement, but I will do what the law requires me to do. We'll adjourn until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right.
Smith versus Smith. So you'll raise your right hand. I'm going to go ahead and place it under oath again. So.
Ms. Smith, I'm Doris Salinas. I'm going to ask you a few questions. You were asked yesterday by your attorney on direct if you were concerned about Mr. Smith's willingness to foster a relationship between you and your daughter if your daughter were to live primarily with him. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. He had agreed for you to remain in Alexander City with your daughter, to be near your family after you separated. Is that right?
Mhm.
And would you agree that that was a pretty big sacrifice for him, to agree to that?
I do think it was a sacrifice, but I also think that it was a sacrifice based off of what I was sacrificing in the divorce as well. Because
Well, it allowed you to be near your daughter every day, right?
it did, and that's what I
Okay.
value, but it also allowed him to keep the house and those things. That was the agreement that we had in the divorce.
Well, I understand there was a package, there was a package deal. You negotiated property and you negotiated your parenting plan. But my question is he ultimately agreed for you to relocate from Cheatham County to move from, or you had already, I guess, relocated or moved. He agreed for you to stay there and for him to be 4 hours away from your daughter, right?
That's not correct. I had not moved. I was separating from him, and I told him in the shed that day that I wanted him to get help. And so that was the whole reason why we separated. And
Well-
I told him that day that I did not want a divorce.
I didn't ask you any of that, okay? I asked you if ultimately the agreement was that you would be permitted to stay in Alexander City near your parents, and he would be 4 hours away from your daughter. That's what the parenting plan says, right?
I mean, the parenting plan also says the state of Alabama, so.
Okay, so the state of Alabama is big, right?
Correct.
It's a long state. Takes a long time to get from the north to the south, right?
Sure.
Okay. And you weren't in the southern part of Alabama. You were in the central part, the northern central part of Alabama. That's where your parents live, right?
That's correct.
And that's where you went, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's where you ultimately set up house. Is that right?
Yes, after the divorce was settled.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's where you enrolled your daughter in school, right?
Yes.
Okay. And are you going to tell the court that the intent at the time the parenting plan was signed was not that you would be in that general area of Alabama?
I mean.
That's where you lived,
The
right?
parenting plan just states that I was able to relocate to Alabama. So that's just what it states.
Did you live in Alexander City at that point? When you signed the parenting plan, where did you live?
I was living in Alexander City. Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
Where did your parents live?
In the same city.
Okay. How long had they lived there?
They've lived there a long time, my whole life.
Your whole life. How old are you?
I am 40 years old.
40?
Mhm.
Okay. So they've lived there 40 years. How long did you live there before you went back?
Like, just as a kid,
Yeah. When did you move from there?
I moved from there when I went to college.
Okay. So 18, 19 years old? All right. That was home to you, right?
Sure.
So is there any reason why Mr. Smith would have presumed that you were going to go anywhere but that area?
I mean, I can't assume what he would think.
Okay. All right. And that was the agreement. And do you agree again that that was a sacrifice to him? That was difficult for him to do,
I mean, I can't assume what
Okay.
happened. I just know
Right.
that
but it allowed you.
Well, please let her finish her answer before you ask the next question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I just think that it's important to know that I do think that there was a sacrifice. However, I sacrificed all of the monetary things in order to have time with my child. And that's why we didn't go to court, because we settled outside of court.
I understand that. I understand that. But that promoted a relationship between you and your daughter, didn't it?
I did because I fought for that.
It showed that he was willing to sacrifice so that occurred, right?
It showed that he was willing to sacrifice so that he can get the monetary.
Okay.
Is what I.
So your answer is no, is that right?
I do think that it obviously was a sacrifice that I benefited from, but I also think I sacrificed things because of what mattered to me.
Okay. Well, I didn't ask you anything about the house. I didn't ask you anything about finances. I just asked you if you believed that that was a sacrifice by your then husband at that point in time to allow you and Emma to remain together primarily. And that's just a yes or no. Do you believe it was a sacrifice or not? Do you think it was difficult for him to do that?
I mean,
And
again,
if you don't, that's
I'm
fine.
thinking about what he thinks, right? So it would have been a sacrifice for me, 1,000%.
Okay. All right. And is it your testimony that you don't believe that he'll continue to make those sacrifices to make sure that Emma continues to have a relationship with you?
I'm concerned about that.
Okay. All right. There was something that you said when, I think it was one of the first questions your attorney asked you, and it caught my ear because it was a bit unusual. She asked you where you lived and you gave an address. What's
Right.
that address?
It is 23481 Swift Road.
I'm sorry, what is it?
23481 Swift Road.
Okay. And do you remember what you told her when she asked you where you lived or what your address was? Do you remember what you said? You said where we're staying.
Right.
Okay. And so tell me what staying means.
Well, obviously we were, staying in Alexander City. We were living in Alexander City due to the fact that we were finishing out her school year. And it's my understanding during the summer with no school obligations, that you can visit places. And I thought it would bring value to Emma's life to visit her family in Alberta, and it's not hindered her father's parenting time. I have driven all the way to the meeting spot each time, and I've told Emma that, we're vacationing here, and I just have kind of left it open-ended because, I've tried to protect her from what's going on, and I think he has as well. But,
So right now you're just visiting at the location where you provided notice of your intent to relocate to? Is that
mean,
right?
I don't think legally I can move.
Well, let's talk about your residence. Was it on Nathan Street in
Yes.
Alexander City?
That's correct.
All right. Did you rent that or did you own that?
I was just taking care of it. My parents moved in with my Nana to take care of her, so they were living in her house.
That's your parents'
Okay,
residence,
so we were living there at their home.
you and Emma?
Yes.
Okay. How long have they been out of the home?
They moved out in January of, not this past January, but the January before.
So January 2024.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So a year and a half essentially. Are you using their furniture or do you have your own furniture?
We just kept it the way they didn't want us to. They wanted it to stay the same.
Okay.
So,
All right. Where are your clothes?
what?
Where are your clothes right now? Are they there or are they in Alberta?
They're where we would need them.
Which
so-
is where?
Which is in Alberta.
So your clothing, okay, is on the 2348, at the 23481 Swift Road address. All right. Where are Emma's toys?
There's some that are there. Like I just asked her which ones she would want, like during that time. And so there's some there, then there's some still at 282.
Okay. What about your personal things, your hygiene things, and just your personal things? Where are they at?
I just took them like I would if I was on vacation.
In a suitcase?
Yeah, that's how.
Do you take boxes?
Yeah, I took some boxes.
Okay. How many boxes did you take?
I
Do
don't know.
you have a storage unit?
No,
No storage unit?
no.
Okay. Who rents the house at 23481 Swift Road? Or does your husband own it?
No, he rents it.
He rents it.
Yes.
Okay. And so is the lease in his name?
We don't have a lease. It's just through a friend.
Okay. How long has he lived there?
He's lived there, I think, since January of last year.
January of 2024?
I think it might be February. I can't remember the exact date.
Where did Emma go to school last year?
At Jim Pearson.
Jim Pearson?
Mhm.
And has she been unenrolled from Jim Pearson?
I did unenroll her, yes.
You unenrolled her.
Mhm.
Why would you unenroll her at this point in time when you don't know whether or not the court's going to order that you stay? And
I had a conversation with the lady who, I knew, and I just said we might be back, but I just knew that I was there. I was, still working there. And so I know that during the summer it's weird hours, and I knew that this could probably be prolonged. And so if we were to move to Alberta and we were to be given that, then I knew that it would need to be quick, like we would to get her enrolled at her new school.
so if this matter got continued, you were just going to enroll her in Alberta school, the schools in Alberta?
Absolutely not. I would do whatever.
Well, I thought you were saying that you unenrolled her because you knew that this could get prolonged.
What I was saying is if it got prolonged, then my thinking was is if it got prolonged, then we would just have to go back to Alexander City, which is obviously, not what I would want. But I just meant that we might have to, like right now, like I'm thinking about right now and the fact that it's July. And so as soon as I get back, whatever is decided today, I feel like the next step for either one of us is going to be enrollment, because it's just a time crunch at this point.
Okay, so she's been unenrolled. Has she been enrolled in any school?
No.
All right. You also testified that the girls, your husband's 3 girls and your daughter, that they have their own room and they share 2 bathrooms.
Yes.
Is Emma's room, is it set up?
Yeah.
What's in Emma's room?
I mean, I just want her to feel comfortable. She's got a bed, she's got toys, she's got pictures of her daddy, she's got books.
Was that room set up or did you set that room up?
I mean, it already had a bed in it. Like,
Okay.
we were just trying to make sure that she was comfortable and that she felt comfortable there.
Well, it's a little more than just like spending a few weeks, right? You've said it. You've set up housekeeping. Is that correct?
I set things up so that she could feel comfortable there, but fully knowing that I do not know the outcome of this, and whatever is decided today, I will abide by.
You knew that when you went to Alabama, that part of why Mr. Smith felt comfortable to some extent with that was that your parents were going to be close to Emma. Is that true?
Again, am I speculating on what he thought?
Well, your parents, you lived with your parents, right? Up until a year ago
Okay,
or a year and a half ago. Is that right?
that is correct, yes,
Okay. Are your parents close to your daughter?
absolutely.
All right. And they got to see her every day. Is that right?
When we were all living together, yes,
So that's a yes. Okay. And you were living together from the date of the divorce, which was in May of 23 to January of 24, right?
it was long because of the separation, but
First, okay. How long had you lived there prior to the divorce becoming final?
in January 2023 is when I moved
Okay.
there.
So a year, a full year. And so they saw her every day. And where's your grandmother's house?
It's like 15 minutes away,
How far?
15 minutes.
15. All right. And then she still got to see them on a regular basis after they moved, right?
Sure.
Okay. And now they're about 200 miles away. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. And what about a 3-hour drive almost, maybe?
Yeah, I think it's like 3 and some odd.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. And it sounds like that's an easy trip to make, but things happen. Time kind of gets in our way sometimes. Would you agree with that?
I mean, I just know my mom and I know Emma, and like nothing can separate them. It didn't separate them when we were living in Tennessee. It will not do the same.
Sure. Do you think there's value though in children seeing extended family, even if it's for short spurts, consistently and often versus less and maybe for a little, a little longer period? You think there's benefits to that consistency?
Sure.
Sure. And she's not going to have that now, is she?
I think that she's still gonna have consistent time with her grandparents, but I also, just talking to Emma, she loves her uncle and aunt, and she has told me like she doesn't get to see them often. And there's other people in his family that he just doesn't get to see, she
Yeah.
doesn't, she's voiced that
And
she would like more time with them.
and I appreciate you bringing that up, but that's not what I was asking you about. I was
I just think it's
asking,
important to know.
if
both
you'll let me
sides.
finish my question, okay? All right. You think it's important for what? I'll let you finish your answer.
I just think it's important for both sides. to be-
Sure, sure. Okay. You knew when you made the decision to ask to relocate, you knew it might be problematic, right?
Yes.
Did you tell Mr. Smith that he'd just have to deal with it? Do you
No.
remember that
I
conversation?
do remember that conversation.
Did you tell him you just have to deal with it?
I did not tell him that.
All right. How'd you meet your husband?
I met him online.
Online?
Mhm.
How online?
It was a Christian dating.
A dating site?
Yes.
I ask you to speak up a little bit.
Yes. I'm sorry.
When did you first come across him on the dating site?
We first started talking in July.
July of what year?
it was last year,
Well, was it a year ago or was it
2024. Yes,
July of 2024?
yes.
Okay. And so you started talking. Where did he live when you started talking?
He lived in Robertsdale.
Where?
Robertsdale.
Robertsdale. Where is Robertsdale?
It's really close to, it's in the Baldwin County area.
Okay. And who did he live with?
He lived with his oldest and his youngest 50% of the time. His youngest girl was 50% of the time. His oldest was full time.
Now, when you say oldest, do you mean oldest two or oldest one?
Oldest girl, just the
Just one
oldest.
girl.
Yes.
Okay. And when did he move from Robertsdale?
In January when he moved into the house.
January of this year?
Yes.
Do you know why he moved?
Yes.
Why?
He was just trying to make sure everybody had a room,
Who's everybody?
Just hit all of his girls. And I mean, and in January, we were already married. So we were just hoping that we would need room.
January of 2025. When did you get married?
In November.
November of 24.
Yes.
All right. So you started talking on a dating site in July of 2024, August, September, October. When in November did you get married?
It was Veterans Day weekend.
Okay. So less than 4 months later, you were married?
That's true.
And I believe you testified yesterday that you had just introduced Emma to your husband in September. Is that right?
Right. So that was,
So you had known him 2 months?
yesterday I said it was either September or October because I cannot remember. But
But still, you didn't know him very long. Would that be accurate?
I mean, we were spending a lot of time getting to know one another, like talking on the phone, and we had set up a really good, like, spiritual foundation. And just I had peace about just my time with him, and I still do.
Were you commuting back and forth to date?
We were commuting back and forth, but the whole beginning of our relationship is we were just talking and getting to know one another. And then, yes, we eventually did start commuting back and forth to date. Yes.
So you met online in July. When did you start commuting back and forth?
We had our first date on my birthday, July 28th.
So the end of July. All right. And so were you married like the end of November, right?
November 10th.
November 10th. Okay, the beginning of November. So you'd agree, it's a pretty short time.
I agree.
Okay. So in January, he found this place and you said it's a friend's house?
It was just someone that he knew, and like he was willing to let us rent it.
What's the rent?
It is $1,700 a month.
Did you pay rent at your parents' house?
I just took care of all the bills and the upkeep.
Okay. Are the utilities in your name?
They're not my name. I just
Okay.
paid my dad's.
Okay. Where's your husband from?
He's from Ohio.
When did he move to Alabama? About.
But he used to be military, so
He what? I'm
he
sorry.
used to be military, so
Okay.
he moved around a lot.
You know how long he's lived in Alabama?
I would guess, like I would guess probably, because I know he's been there probably like at least 3 years, but
Okay. So relatively speaking, not very long.
right. But I mean, but he has his youngest and he has 50-50. And so like we're very much submitted, or he is like rooted there because of his daughter.
Well,
Because-
why weren't, and I understand that, I respect that, but why weren't you rooted? Why weren't you very much rooted in Alexander City because of your daughter?
We had been living long distance for a while and we had been making it work.
You and your
every-
husband? You've been living long distance 3 months.
I'm talking about me and this father. We had been living long distance and we had had a parenting plan and it had been working and there was no arguments about it until the day I told him I was getting married.
Well, but you were 4 hours away, right?
I get that, but I'm just saying we had been living long distance. So
But my question is, why were you not rooted to Alexander City for your daughter so she could be 4 hours away from her father and not 8 hours away? You just said your husband's rooted where he's at because of his daughter.
well, their parenting plan is 2 on and then 1. Their parenting plan, he gets her Mondays and Tuesdays. He does not have her Wednesdays. And then Thursday through Sunday is alternating. So like I mean, it's not a long distance plan, correct? So I knew that I could still make our plan work and I have my like, look at the past ever since January. I mean, we've been, I've been making sure that like she gets to her dad and I'm not late. It's consistent.
Well, where have you been living since January?
We've been living in Alexander City until May 23rd. And then this summer we have been staying,
Been vacationing.
right,
with your
vacation,
husband.
visiting,
Mhm,
because I thought that there was value for Emma in that.
mhm.
We could have stayed at 282, but I thought that it would be important for her to build those relationships.
Your husband could have asked to relocate to where you lived, couldn't he have?
I mean, he's a pastor, he's a coach, and,
Let's talk about that.
okay.
How long has he been a pastor?
On and off for, I don't know, years.
For how long? He's your husband. You talked a lot,
Right,
right? A lot online.
right.
How long has he been a pastor?
Well, at this church, he's been a pastor for 1 year. And then,
For 1 year?
yes, that's correct.
Where was he a pastor before?
He was just where he was stationed. He was stationed in Louisiana. He's not in the military any longer.
When did he get out of the military?
If I had to guess, I would say about 3 years ago.
Well, do you know things about your husband or not?
I know the important things.
Okay. So you think he got out of the military about 3 years ago?
Right.
How long had he been in the military?
He's been in the military for a while.
How long?
He was almost able to retire, but he couldn't retire. He felt called to get out of the military, and it was just with a few years left.
So had he been in the military 10 years, 15 years, 18 years? Was he a year short of 20? You don't know?
I think it was 19 years.
1 year to retirement.
I think so. But I'm again, I don't have all of that information in front of me.
Sure.
So.
Did he leave in good standing from the
Mhm.
military? Okay. So where did he go to seminary school? Is he an ordained minister?
He got his, is it MA? Is that right?
I don't know.
He got his master's of,
Divinity?
yes, thank you, yes.
Okay. And so what church does he pastor now?
He pastors at Heritage. Church.
Heritage?
Mhm.
Okay. How large is the congregation?
It's a small little country church.
About how many people?
I would say probably again, this is a guess.
Sure.
Just, it could be anywhere from 100 to 150.
Okay. All right. And you said prior to Heritage Church, he was pastoring through the military?
Yeah, just he was a pastor in Louisiana, which is where he was stationed.
At a church?
Mhm.
Okay. How old's your husband?
He is 39.
Okay. Is he in the reserves at all or anything like that? Okay. Any chance I guess he probably can't go back into the military.
He
Is that
could,
right?
but he's not interested.
Okay. All right. And you said, so I'm assuming, is he the is he the main pastor?
Yes.
Okay, so he's busy.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's pastoring on Sunday, he's going to the hospital, he's doing all the things that pastors do. And then he's also a wrestling coach, you said?
Yes,
Okay, what's his schedule with wrestling?
it's involved.
Okay, is he home, is he away from home 2 or 3 nights a week?
For wrestling?
Yes,
So during wrestling season, I would say, he's away, like he would probably get home at like 5 or possibly 6 on
Okay.
those evenings.
all right, and then he's a school teacher.
Right.
Okay, does he have a degree in education?
He's working on that right now. He has they're in the process of, getting like a certificate because he has his master, so they want him on there. So he's working on getting his certification and, he should be done with that this year.
Okay. How many children does your husband have in total?
He's 3.
3,
Mhm.
okay. And so I'm assuming because of the age difference, you have 2 that are teenagers and 1 that are 3. Do they have different mothers?
Yes.
Okay. And when did he become a pastor?
I'm not sure when he became a pastor. I just know that it's been something that he has been called to and he's done throughout his life.
Was he married to the youngest mother?
Yes, and they're adopted.
The youngest is
No,
adopted?
sorry, the oldest are adopted.
Okay.
The
Was he
young-
married to the children's youngest? The
Yes.
youngest child, was he and the mother married?
Yes.
Okay. Is the youngest his biological daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And when did they divorce?
They divorced when she was a baby due to abuse.
She abused him?
Yes.
Okay. And so was he a pastor at that point in time
Yes.
in Louisiana?
I can't remember if, I mean, I know that, I think they were stationed in Louisiana. To be honest, I'm not quite sure exactly, but I just know that he was still like preaching at different churches when they were married. So yes,
How long had they been married?
they weren't married very long.
And so they divorced when this little girl was a baby.
Correct.
And he alleged that she abused him. And she has 50-50 custody of the child.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said they do like a 2-2-3 schedule or something similar?
The schedule is what I said earlier, just that he has on Mondays and Tuesdays. He doesn't have a Wednesday, and then every Thursday through Sunday, it's alternating.
Okay. And how close do they live with one another
They
or
live-
from one another?
they live like 30 to 45 minutes.
And that child's driving that much in the car every couple of days? Okay. And does he pay child support to the mother?
Yes,
How much does he pay?
it's like 300.
What does your husband earn as pastor?
He earns $2,000.
2,000 a month? Is
Yes.
that salary?
Just gets $2,000 a month.
Okay. Do you know what he earns as a wrestling coach?
I mean, I think last year it's like $2,000 for 1 month. And then I think the other month was like $3,000 maybe.
Is it 5,000 in 1 year?
Maybe.
Okay. And then what's his teaching salary?
I just remember that it was like somewhere around 3,000 a month.
Do you think that's after taxes,
Oh, no, that's like what he brings in, like the month,
the net?
like what we get.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the wrestling ends up being what, maybe 5,000 a month, not quite, 4 something, and then his other between pastoring and teaching.
It's not 5,000 a month though.
No,
It's 5,000 a
I'm sorry,
year.
500 a month. Okay. So yearly, he's maybe netting 24, less than 60,000. Would that be accurate?
No.
Okay, what's he earning?
He-
Because you want to stay at home, right?
Right, he also has, military. money
Okay.
that he gets.
Okay. But it's not retirement.
No, it's. I guess
Disability?
VA.
Does he get disability?
Yes,
Has he been diagnosed with PTSD?
no.
No, why, what's his disability?
He can't hear like completely out of one ear.
Okay. What's his disability payment from the military?
I mean, he also just gets VA, right? Like, is that?
I mean, I
disability?
can't, I don't know. I'm
I
asking
don't- I
you
just know it's VA.
because you're wanting to stay home.
Right.
You're gonna be relying on his income, right? And I understand that Mr. Smith pays you child support and you're hoping that continues. But these kids need to be supported, including Emma, right?
Sure.
Okay. And you don't know how much VA he gets?
Oh, no, I do. It's, I think it's the ballpark of 4,000. a month.
4,000 a month.
Yes.
Okay. And it's just for his hearing. It's not for anything else.
I mean, unless it's just like, I don't know how retirement works, right? So like, I don't know. I don't think he was able to get retirement, but it's VA. And I know that he has like no hearing in one ear and hearing loss in the other, and that's why.
Okay. What's the 3-year-old's mother's name?
Whitney,
Whitney?
yes.
What's her last name?
Right, I don't.
This is the ex-wife.
It is, Your Honor.
That role.
Well, Your Honor, she's alleging that she abused her husband. I think it could be relevant to know who this lady is. I'm going to ask her a little bit about how involved she is in the child's life. This child's going to
Is
be
this the
around
mother of
the 3-year-old,
older children
No,
or young?
the younger.
3-year-old?
the 3-year-old.
Well,
Your Honor, it's not that important. I'll withdraw the
I don't
question.
see how it's relevant in
Okay.
this particular situation when, so I sustain the objection.
All right. And then do the older children visit with their mom?
Yes.
How often do they visit?
They visit this year. She's come down like a weekend here and there. And then, they're gonna be going to see her for 2 weeks in the summer.
Where does she live?
She lives in, Pensacola. No, not Pensacola. She lives in Tampa. She just moved. She was living in Ohio.
Okay. So she lives a few hours away.
I mean, Tampa's not a few hours, but
Okay. All right. And your husband's willing to support you without you working, is that right?
yes.
Now, but if something were to happen and the marriage didn't work out, you'd be in a position of having to support yourself likely, right?
I mean, that's not the goal, but yes, correct.
You have a master's degree?
Yes.
All right. Now, you mentioned Fairhope. That was not included in your notice of your intent, was it?
Correct. It wasn't included because it's my understanding that you have to give, notice of a certain amount of days. So I was notifying him of the move that we were going to be making, and the move that we're making is to Alberta, that address.
Okay. And then are you wanting to move again to Fairhope?
Well, and I mean, I looked at it and the Fairhope house it's closer to him and like distance wise. And like nothing would change with.
That wasn't my
it's good.
question. My question is, are you wanting to move to Fairhope, Alabama from the Swift Road
It's
address?
Still in the same area.
But you're wanting to move?
Correct. To the
Okay.
house that we're working on. Yes.
Okay. What, you say you're working on it. What are you doing to it?
So like, I mean, we're like, right now, like they just put stairs in and they're.
Is it new construction?
It's not new construction, no.
Okay. Are you,
It's,
are
like-
you remodeling?
yes,
Okay. And when will it be ready?
we don't know. That's what we're renting.
Okay. Different school district from where you're at right now?
No, because he works in Robertsville, so that's where she'll be going.
Regardless of whether you live in Alberta or Fairhope.
Right, correct,
So she'll be going to school where your husband's working.
correct,
You said he's a high school teacher.
correct, but, it's still on the same.
Sure, I understand. Okay, when do you think you'll be moving?
To Fairhope,
Yes.
I mean, we don't know yet. I mean,
A month, 3 months, 6 months? Any
I mean,
idea?
I think the goal would be like, probably like 4,
4 months? All right, so in the middle of the school year.
right?
Okay. How long has Emma been living in the homes? Has it been since May with your husband and his children?
May 23rd, that was the last day of school, and then I think it was just the week after school was dismissed.
Okay. And how'd you get your things to Alberta?
Just took a load. I mean, he helped, take.
Back up a
everything.
truck,
No,
trailer?
no, it was just our vehicles.
Okay. And so your daughter's been there for 6 weeks or so?
I have to do the math.
Okay, 6 or 7, right?
I mean, it's since May 23rd, but that week
Okay.
afterwards.
Well, June, half of July, a little bit of May. Okay, so it's not like she's been, I mean, the reality is she's not been living in the home with these children for the last 2 years, right? Or your husband, right? You
Correct.
all are just starting out.
We started out like back in November, but not living together, but building relationships.
Okay, but living together, blending your families in the end of May.
I mean, I would say that blending our family started, when we got married, we made efforts to do that, but, definitely it's been way more beneficial this summer.
Okay. Why the move to the house in Fairhope? Is it closer to where your husband works, or what's the benefit of moving again?
He owns it, and he's going to be remodeling it we've been remodeling it to make sure that it just accommodates all of, and that way we're not renting.
It's the house that he owns.
Yes.
Okay. Regardless of what the court does with this case, your daughter's going to a school that's new to her in the fall. Is that accurate?
I don't know if that's regardless, just because, I mean, he said yesterday he could decide to keep me in Alexander City, so then.
Well, that's true. That's true. But if the judge allows you to relocate or to stay where you're at, or brings her back to Pleasant View, she's going to a new school either way in those 2 scenarios,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Was someone living in the house at Fairhope when you gave your notice of relocation?
The house at Fairhope?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay. Why didn't you just provide notice that you were going to move to that house if that was the intent?
To Fairhope?
Yes.
If I felt like that wouldn't have been honest, because we weren't moving, and I just felt like he had a right to know where she would actually be staying.
Okay. All right. Let's talk a little bit about your education. You want the court to impute minimum wage on you as income rather than what you were earning just 2 months ago. Is that true? You didn't get laid off, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. You could have continued to work in Alexander City earning about $60,000 a year. Is that right?
If I'd say now Alexander City.
You could have, right?
Mhm.
And you could look for work where you're at right now, couldn't you? I mean, is there any reason why you couldn't work?
I just think that, there's value in
Sure.
being a stay-at-home mom for Emma.
And I don't disagree, but you're wanting Mr. Smith to pay more support, which he would have to do if Emma stays with you, if you choose not to work and the court imputes you at minimum wage. Do you think that's fair?
I mean,
I mean, and that's just a yes or no question. Do you think that's fair?
can I answer like fully?
Well, I'd like for you to first answer yes or no, and then you can explain.
I do not think that's fair.
Okay.
And that's why I have repeatedly offered when, you know, when we first talked, and I was telling him that that I was getting married and that I told him that our location of drop off did not have to change. I told him that the child support did not have to change. I told him because I was doing everything to protect his time with Emma, and I told him, I'm getting married and that shouldn't affect you. And so I said, I will continue doing all the things that we've been doing. And I was willing to rearrange my entire life to make sure that that was the case. And I've gone out of my way to try to help him and to try to, you know, to give him, you know, that ability for his child support not to change. And here we are, we're at court. And so now, like, I'm just trying to ask for the things that I feel like are fair since we've had to go through this process and it didn't have to be this way.
Well, it could have been your way, right?
What do you mean by that?
It could have been your way. You could have, I mean, because let me back up and say, you say nothing has to change, but that's not true, is it? You're
is.
now, let me finish and then you
Okay.
can answer. You're now 4 more hours away, right?
That's correct.
And it changes at least for Emma, even if you keep everything the same. It changes for Emma, doesn't it?
Mhm.
And that should be important, shouldn't it?
It has been actually.
Well, 4 more hours in the car, okay? You may be willing to do it, but that's a big deal. And so it sounds like now because he didn't just say, okay, you're wanting the court to impute you at minimum wage so your support can increase. There's no reason why you're perfectly capable of going out and getting a job. Is that true?
That is true.
Okay. And then let's talk about nothing changing. Your meeting time is 6 p.m. on Friday, right?
Correct.
You meet in Priceville, Alabama.
Correct.
How are you going to get Emma to Priceville, Alabama at 6 p.m. on Friday?
I mean, before court began, I had my husband, he went and talked to the elementary school and he was just asking, you know, about our plan and about making sure that we got her there at 6 o'clock. And so they said that every other Friday, as long as we had the parenting plan, she would be able to do that.
What time would she have to leave school?
1:30, I think.
1:30. And how do you think that's going to fly when she gets to be in the 5th and 6th grade? Or the 7th and 8th grade, or the 9th grade?
I'm not sure. I was
Just-
just trying to think about how to keep it as similar as possible.
And then how late is she going to get home on Sunday night before she has to go to school on Monday morning?
Well, we meet at 1, so it'd be probably like
8 or
6,
9?
6 or 7. I'm forgetting how far it is.
Well, I don't know how far it is from Priceville. So right now you're driving what, 2.5 hours to Priceville? Well, you were driving from Alexander City.
Right.
So things do change even if they stay the same, don't they? And how is Mr. Smith going to get to go to a dance with Emma at the school or an awards program without significantly more effort? That changes, doesn't it?
It does change.
And those are going to be more prevalent the older Emma gets, aren't they?
Probably maybe.
Yeah, I mean, she might want to play ball or
Right.
dance or, you know, do those types of things. And you don't have any extended family in the Alberta, Florida area, I mean, Alabama area, do you?
Just Emma's stepdad and her sisters.
Who's stepdad?
Emma's stepdad.
Emma's step up. Okay. But I mean extended, like
I mean, that
aunts,
would-
uncles, grandparents,
She has
cousins.
She has family there, but yeah, I mean, her extended family would be,
In Alexander City
right. Will
and
come
Pleasant
down.
View, Tennessee. Okay. You had mentioned that your daughter sees her doctor 2 times a year, I think you said. Okay. And that doctor is in Birmingham. Is that right?
Right, yes.
Okay. And so she's either traveling to Birmingham or you're developing a new relationship with a new doctor if she stays with you, right? Okay. How long did you live in Pleasant View?
We lived in Pleasant View for duration, I guess 7 years.
7 years. So, I mean, you're pretty familiar with Vanderbilt Children's Hospital, right?
Okay.
Probably one of the best in the nation. Would
That's
you
where she
agree?
went. Yeah, so she went before.
Okay. Is that where she was diagnosed?
Children.
Okay. And then there's Centennial Children's Hospital, right? Both very reputable hospitals. So if she were to come back to Pleasant View, she'd have those resources available to her. Wouldn't you agree?
Sure.
And regardless of where she lives, she's going to have to get a new pediatrician, isn't she? Yeah. Have you done that yet? No. Okay. And how long did you say that Emma had been in remission? I believe that's what you testified to. She's had a pretty good period
Yeah.
of remission. Is that right? And so I wasn't clear if you were now agreeable to her flying, or that's something that you feel more comfortable with if she travels by air between the two of you.
I mean, I think air travel is tricky. But I do feel more agreeable just because,
And I think you said she feels more comfortable.
right, after she talked with her dad, like then she said she wanted to. I mean, I wonder about like the scheduling. I wonder about like connecting flights. Like, I'm not comfortable with that. You know, there's just a lot of like details, and what she's used to is she's used to always traveling with me and her dad in the vehicles. And
Sure.
I just wanted to keep it the same,
Okay.
just for her benefit.
So how far will your home be in Alberta or Fairhope from Pensacola Airport?
I mean, and just
I mean, have you looked?
no, but there's also one in Gulf Shores, so
Okay.
that people are talking about. So that's even closer. So,
All right, but let's say Pensacola right
just
now,
don't know
because
how far
Southwest
away.
flies to Pensacola.
okay,
It may fly to Gulf Shores. Have you looked at flights?
I haven't yet.
You haven't bothered to look?
I mean, we looked like a while ago, and the only thing we could find were just connecting flights, and so I just didn't know how that would work.
Pensacola's not far, right?
I think it's pretty close here.
Okay, all right, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
No.
Yeah, you're home.
Sure. Yes, I have.
And we'll look at this.
Okay.
What time is that?
It leaves at 5:30 p.m. 7:00 p.m. 6:45 p.m. 8:15 p.m. $215.
Yes, yeah, okay. All right. Let's talk about regardless of where Emma resides, whether it's with her father or whether it's with you. Let's talk about what schedule you think would be reasonable. Okay, you're asking the court to adopt your parenting plan, right? Okay. Let's proposing that you be the primary parent,
Correct.
and you would agree right now, you and Mr. Smith are designated as joint primary. Is that right? In your current plan?
I did not know that. We found that out yesterday. I think attorneys and the such were surprised. Yes. I see it.
All right. Make sure I have the right date. Earlier one. Okay. So you're proposing that you be the primary and that he have 85 days per year. Is that right? So that would give you 280 days.
Right.
Okay. And then essentially what you're proposing, and I'm going to paraphrase some, is that in January, that in odd years, he have from Friday after school until Monday, which would be you're designating Martin Luther King Day at 1 p.m. and that be in odd years. And then in even years, whatever he might get in the Christmas break would be his January time. Is that right?
Because of what the judge asked me yesterday, I feel like,
Do you want to change this?
well, I just want, I have something that because I feel like you're asking me if this is what I want.
Okay.
And I don't know, like that's been something that I've been thinking about and I just.
Okay. What would you like to change after thinking about it?
The reason why, like, I made this the way that it was is because we all heard words from Mr. Smith yesterday, but I've experienced him and how much time he wants, how much time he's willing to take over the past 3 years. And so when I made this plan, I made it knowing that. And, so, it was asked of me yesterday if he was made the primary person, would I want to take this plan? No, because I want as much time possible.
Sure.
And that I've offered extra time and it's not been taken. The summers, I thought 4 weeks, like, oh golly, like, I don't know if he's gonna be able to work that out with his schedule, but I still put it in the plan, even though he's not taken the 2 weeks that have been afforded him. So that's why I proposed this plan. It wasn't because I'm trying to take time away. It is because I've had 3 years experience or 3-ish years, now 3 summers at least. And does he take his weekends? Absolutely, he takes his weekends. Does Emma enjoy her time with him? Absolutely, she does. But when I offer time, it's not taken. And so that's why I have brought this before. Do I think it's fair? I would not want this because I will be a stay-at-home mom just so that I can visit and, whatever time's allowed to me. So that's why this plan looks the way it does, because I've offered time in the summer and it's not been taken, and that's why it looks the way that
Well,
it does.
and you heard Mr. Smith dispute that he hadn't taken his time. I think he testified that he had taken it a little differently, that he had taken some Thursdays to make up for some time that he couldn't take. But you understand, it's a bit different when you have a child with you and you know the schedule and you make arrangements, right? And you have the ability to do that in advance, not to just do it when like, hey, it might be Wednesday. Can you take Monday? I mean, sometimes things have to be made in advance.
Always,
So-
I almost always ask him in advance.
So I'm gonna ask you, what are you proposing today as far as a plan that you're asking the court to adopt? So how does that look differently than this?
I've struggled with that.
Because, and I want to say this, you testified yesterday that you want to be a stay-at-home mom so you can go on field trips, so you can go to the classroom, so you can do those things. Can you imagine how Mr. Smith feels? He wants to do those things too. And he could have over the years. Wouldn't have been easy, but he could have. If she moves to Alberta, it's going to be difficult. So what are you proposing?
I'm not trying to take his time away. I've tried to actively protect his time. I obviously want as much time as I can, just as he wants as much time as he can. I proposed this plan because I thought with our history, with his availability, I thought that this would be the most. Am I willing to give him every holiday? Am I willing to give him 6 weeks in the summer? That means that I can have her during the year and she can experience, and I can support that. I mean, I'm willing to do that.
So again, what does that look like?
I mean, I just think that I'll just.
So whatever the court does today, is it your position that the other parent should get 6 weeks in the summer?
If that's what the court agrees on, absolutely.
Well, I'm asking you what you believe. What are you proposing?
I just want what's best for Emma.
Okay,
And
All
if
right.
that's, and she loves time with her dad. I mean, so
okay. Let's all judge.
How did you want to redirect?
Have you done research into the unaccompanied minor policy?
I
You
mean,
don't-
we looked at it very.
Do you recall the cost? Does
No.
$150 per flight sound right for Southwest policy?
Something like that.
So you would add that on to the flight cost.
Right.
So when you propose this plan, for example, and I'll just, because we only got to January, but dad would have her the second half, so she'd probably be coming back around January 3rd through the 5th. Is that fair? That's when school break ends, around for Christmas break.
Right. Usually.
And so then she would go out and either fly or drive MLK Day, which is around the 19th of the month. Is that
Okay.
fair? So you also were taking into consideration frequency of travel. Is that fair? To not put her on a plane every other weekend, but.
Yeah, I mean, if I, like, one thing that I definitely would propose, no matter who is the primary person, is that, one weekend, that person travels to her so that it just takes away her travel. And if that's.
But the weekends in here are the ones you propose that you're willing to travel for. Is that correct? And then he can have an extra weekend
Right, absolutely.
in Alabama if he
Yes.
wanted to.
Absolutely.
And I just, again, school events, historically, how many school events has he been invited to last year?
I mean, he's been invited to any that I thought, like dances, Dads for Donuts, VIP, award ceremonies, a Heritage Day. I told him about field trips, Field Day. I'm trying to work with any.
So would you say more than 10 events have been offered to him?
I think so.
And he's come to one this last school year.
the last school year, he was gonna come to the awards day, but he forgot to set his alarm, is what he told me. And so he missed the awards day, but he did come all the way to pick her up just because she was expecting him to come. He wanted to come to the VIP dance, but he had had surgery, so he couldn't. So I don't know if, I can't remember.
He testified yesterday that he went to one event out of the whole school year. So, I mean, I guess historically, do you think he's had the option to come at this point for the last 2 school years and really hasn't exercised that?
I mean, like the year before he came to a VIP dance. And then he came to the awards day.
So 2.
We went to 2 events the year before.
And he's off every Friday, you heard that? So he could take this Pensacola flight himself and visit.
Right.
And you think that would take some of the burden off of your daughter?
Right.
And he's a single man and he has income to do that.
I mean, and it also, like, he could arrange his flight to where he could get here, like, when school's out, and he could just pick her up from school and like have her a lot, a longer amount of time as well.
So it's not this is something you have thought about.
Absolutely.
And you're willing to budge on the summer if that is 6 weeks is, currently he has by agreement 2 weeks in the summer.
Right.
So 6 would be a difference. 4 would even be more than
Right.
he's had currently.
Correct.
But you would be willing to do 6 weeks if that's what the judge thought was in the best interest. Do you think it's important she gets back to you in time for school to start and get?
Absolutely. I think no matter who the PRP is, I think that she should have a week there so that she can transition into summer, and she should have a week getting back so that she can have a week transitioning back into school.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Recall.
Are you willing to pay for that?
The weekend out.
In the weekend that you're asking Mr. Smith to exercise in Alabama, would you be willing to pay for that, or at least to reduce his child support obligation, if that's what the court orders? And obviously, I'm not asking for that to be ordered, but if that's what the court orders, would you be willing to reduce his child support obligation to cover those costs?
I mean, I think that
I mean, first, if you would answer yes or no. Okay, because you understand you have the flight, right? So let's just presume it's a $250 flight, right? And then you have lodging for 2 nights at least, right? Friday and Saturday. And what's your average like Holiday Inn Express or Hampton Inn? Do you know?
100 a night.
Okay, so now we're talking 400, we're up to 650. Plus your food out, because you can't cook very, very well at a Hampton Inn. I guess you can have breakfast, but you're eating out, right? So, I mean, you're spending $1,000 real quickly. Would you agree?
Sure. And I would do the same thing. Like, I wouldn't expect him to, like, if the PRP is changed and
Sure.
I did that, like, I would be willing. I wouldn't even, I don't know, like, it's just wouldn't be something I was thinking about. I would just make it happen.
Well, do you think it would be appropriate that whoever is making those trips or paying those costs, that there be a reduction in child support to help assist with those costs?
Sure.
And then I'm a bit confused because throughout this hearing, you've testified that you're willing to keep the plan the same and make the drives. And then are you also asking the court to adopt your plan? I mean, are you offering both? I guess is what I'm asking.
Say that I'm confused by your.
Well,
question.
you've said you're willing to keep things the same, meaning drop off at Priceville and every other weekend, Friday through Sunday. Is that what you want, or are you asking the court to adopt this plan?
That was when I was trying to stay out of
Okay.
court,
Okay,
when I offered those.
okay,
things.
I understand. I just wanted to be clear. That's all.
Anything else? Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You have any other witnesses? You have any rebuttal proof? And I'll hear you in argument. Do I have a say in that?
Yes, sure.
No, this is a case that exemplifies why some judges retire and, stop practicing. Judge Birch, who I replaced, said that if he didn't have to handle domestic relations cases and custody cases, he would have probably hung around. Luckily for me, he didn't, hang around, so I replaced him. But these are never easy decisions. There are statutory factors and matters that the law requires me to consider in making a decision. So I'm going to take a recess and take as long as I need to try to formulate what I'm going to do. I have thought about this case all night long. It kept me awake a good deal of the night because of the fact that I have a 7-year-old child who loves her mother and loves her father. And her father wants to have a role in the child's life. Her mother feels like that she has provided for her child and wants to be able to move with her new husband. So balancing those conflicting, and the fact of the matter is, to grant her what she wants is going to reduce the father's role. I mean, she says she has, I think, an unrealistic view of what that would involve, but statutorily, I'll have to consider the factors in looking at it. So, take a recess. I'll see what I can come up with, and I'll be back when I know the answer. All right, I will make the following findings of fact. These parties were divorced, by an order entered in a parenting plan adopted by this court in May of 2023, which has been pointed out, designates them as joint primary residential parents only if by agreement, and they did agree. And there's a provision that says child must reside equal amount of time with both parents. And it says that there's another provision, but in any event, clearly it was designated that they would be primary residential parents, even though they were not living in the same area. It also then set out the provisions for the time for the mother having responsibility of the child from Friday at 6 until, other than the father's time, which was alternate weekends, Friday at 6 to Sunday at 1 p.m. And it went on to talk about the vacations that would have and the sharing of winter and Christmas, spring vacation, summer vacation. Father was given 2 weeks in the summer in conjunction with the normal scheduled weekends, which was agreed upon by the parties. They would exchange them at the Raceway in Priceville, Alabama. And it was clearly indicated that she would live in the state of Alabama. It was also indicated that that's where they would meet, would be at Priceville. Set the child support and so forth based on respective income, his income and her income, which was at that time $5,013 per month, and his income was $8,704. And then on the page 8 of that, under the parental relocation statute, notice the handwritten entry was the parties agree and understand that the mother and child will reside in the state of Alabama. So at this point in time, we're considering a petition to modify the prior order of the court on a petition to modify custody, that the essential basis for that is that the parties understood the mother and child would reside in the state of Alabama, and while it didn't define a location, it was pointed out that the mother was residing in Alexander City, Alabama, since the entry of the parenting plan, that her current address was 296 driving miles, that the meeting place was 150 miles from the father's home, and that the child was traveling back and forth under that circumstances, and that the father has been able to exercise his parenting time and so forth. And then the basis for the change was that the mother had sent a notice regarding parental relocation, and that she was going to be relocating to Alberta, Alabama, which is approximately twice the distance from the father's residence, and that the number of hours in the weekend, every other weekend of the child, for the child, would be inappropriate. It goes on to state that the minor child has extended family in Cheatham County. The mother's proposing to move the child from the extended family that she has in Alexandria, and that he opposed the relocation of the child, and it would only have a negative impact. Then that is the basis for the material change. Then, of course, the mother filed an answer in a counter complaint in which she sought to have permission to relocate to the state or to the town in Alabama that she chose to live in. So, in considering it, I have to consider what the factors are for 36.6.108 of the Tennessee Code, sets forth the parental relocation statute. And basically it says in determining, and I'm looking at the section that deals with the factors that the court has, if the petition is the opposition to relocation is filed, the court shall determine whether relocation is in the best interest of the minor child. And that's where I am in this case. I have to make that determination. So the following factors are what I have to consider. In determining whether the relocation is in the best interest of the minor child, the court shall consider the following factors. A, the nature, quality, and extent of involvement and duration of the child's relationship with the parent proposing to relocate and with the non-relocating parent, siblings, or other significant persons in the child's life. The court is of the opinion that both of these parents, and that's the difficult part for this case. I have a father who, to his credit, has been involved in his daughter's life. He's been going to Alabama for some of the school activities. He's been exercising his visitation. The only fault, there's two things that I would point out that are somewhat negative about the father. One of them is the lack of communication. The factors that I have, or the evidence that's been presented, is that there are messages that the mother has sent to try to involve you or to offer additional time, and they're just not responding to it. And I understand that there are times when I don't want to respond to messages too. But the fact is that communication needs to improve no matter who has the child primarily. You two need to be able to speak to each other either in person. I understand this resentment that you might have for someone who said the dogs were fed and we were gone. I mean, that's not a good way to lead the situation, but that's done. You've got a new person in your life, and I'm impressed with her when she testified. She has a new person in her life, and I'll deal with that in a moment. The fact of the matter is that communication is one of the problems that I see that have existed thus far. The other is the allegation that you have some sort of pornographic addiction or addiction to porn. I don't find that there is evidence of that. I find that there's an objection to you viewing it, and you basically have said, well, yeah, sometimes I do, but I don't let my daughter hang out. What you do in your privacy is one thing, but exposing a child to anything like that would be completely inappropriate. So you need to make sure that that's not, no matter where this child lives, you need to make sure that that's not a major issue in your life, because children don't need to be around that sort of thing. You understand that? But other than that, I find that both of them have a good relationship. I mean, there's evidence of how much this child thinks of her father and how attached she is to him, and these exhibits of drawings that she's made over the years and sent to him. And it's a credit to you that your daughter loves you and that has that affection for you. And clearly she has the same affection for her mother. So where we are is that I found that the nature and quality and extent of involvement and duration of the child's relationship with both parents is equal. In other words, that the father has as good a relationship with his daughter as the mother has. The mother has more time with the daughter, but beyond that, and that she is more involved as a result of that and some of the educational things that go on. But I do find that both of these parents have an equal involvement and relationship with this child, both the attempted relocation, relocating parent and Mr. Smith himself as the father. It says here other significant persons in the child's life. Mr. Smith's significant other, his present girlfriend, appeared in court and testified. The problem that I have in the situation that we're in right now is that the testimony is that Mrs. Smith, and I know it's not Mrs. Smith anymore, but Ms. Smith, the mother, has testified that she engaged in met a man online in a Christian dating service, and I'm not being critical of that per se, but that after 3 months of knowing this individual, she married him. And now because of that marriage, she wants to relocate to where he is. It would have been better to have brought him in to testify as a person, because I have to make decisions based on who this child is going to be around. And the fact that your husband failed to appear, failed to offer any testimony, failed to be here to support your request to move with him to this location is a factor that this court deems to be important and negative as to the significance of the move. The second factor is the age, developmental stage, needs of the child, and the likely impact of the relocation will have on the child's physical and educational and emotional development, taking into consideration any special needs of the child. This child is 7 years old. I don't have any indication that she's having any developmental needs, but this child does have a medical issue, ulcerative colitis, and has been under a doctor's care for many, many years. The testimony is that when the child was living in Alexandria, Alabama, that it was close to Birmingham and that there was a children's hospital in Birmingham. The father's home is close to probably the preeminent children's hospital in the South, Vanderbilt Children's Hospital. And as a result of that, the child, if with the father, has the advantage of being able to be located or be with treatment for this issue with Vanderbilt. And the mother, where she's now wanting to relocate, has testified herself that there is no children's hospital in that immediate area. So it would be taking the drive of several hours to try to get to Birmingham if in fact there was some major issue. So I found that the relocation does have a negative impact on the child's potential and medical situation. As far as emotional development, I don't necessarily find that there's any negative on the emotional development, except that obviously this child is closely associated with their father, and as a result, the alteration of the regular visitation he has would have necessarily a negative impact on the child's emotional makeup in this court's opinion. Educational, I have not been given any evidence to indicate that this child would have any advantages for education in the location that the mother wants to move to. That there is no evidence of any economic advantage other than the fact that the mother would be living with her new husband, and that he allegedly is able to provide for them without her having to work outside the home. But there's no other evidence beyond that of any educational, cultural, or emotional advantage to this child living in this new location. The feasibility of preserving the relationship between the non-relocating and the child through suitable visitation arrangements, considering the logistics and financial circumstances of the party. This is the biggest impediment to the court granting, in this court's opinion, granting this request to relocate, because we're talking about, number one, putting a 7-year-old child on a plane on a regular basis in this day and age is not a good idea. Having had some personal experience lately about a flight out of the place that I was located in when I took a vacation, and 7 hours later, I got home at 2 o'clock in the morning because there'd been delay after delay and cancellation after cancellation. All I have to do is watch the daily news to see hundreds of flights are canceled daily. And putting a child in a situation where that child has to be unescorted on a plane to go between whatever in Florida it might be, Pensacola, Florida, and Nashville, Tennessee, or back and forth. It may happen occasionally, and I can understand it, but as a regular means of accomplishing regular visitation, that's unrealistic, and it's not in this child's best interest. So what do we have then? I mean, if the child is living in South Alabama, it's an 8 to 10 hour drive, and you're talking about the child, whether you two agree to meet halfway, this child is going to be in a car for twice as long as she has been, currently under the situation. Why? Only because the mother first relocated to Alexander City, Alabama, and then she wants to move to Alberta, and then later to Fairhope. So it's my opinion that preserving the relationship between the non-relocating parent is not feasible through the visitation arrangements. The mother says things don't have to change. You'll get the child to Princeton. Withdrawing a child from school in the afternoon on Friday to go meet the father is going to mean that child is going to have a negative impact in its educational development by having been removed from school half a day on Friday every other week. And that's just not something that this court finds is in this child's best interest. That's another issue that I have regarding that situation is, I haven't heard from your husband. I don't know anything about him other than what's been testified to. But the fact of the matter is that he apparently, if I understood correctly, was the one who went to the school and had the contact with the school. This is not his child. It's your child. Your child. And your new girlfriend obviously needs to be there to support you and can help take care of the child, and you two can have a relationship. But the decisions and things that need to be done primarily for this child are between the father and the mother. And the new husband, as the stepfather, needs to stay out of trying to tell what do things for this child other than be there to support. Being a step parent is a difficult role, trying to overstep and trying to realize your role. But it is concerning to this court that the new husband is the one who went to the school to try to get permission for that. I understand he's a teacher, but still, this is the mother's child and the father's child. There is no consideration of the child's preference because the child is not 12 years of age or older. And whether there's an established pattern of conduct of the relocating parent either to promote or thwart the relationship of the child, or doesn't find there's any effort to thwart the relationship of the child and the parent and the non-relocating parent. Whether the relocation of the child will enhance the general quality of life to both the relocating parent and the child, including but not limited to financial and emotional benefit or educational opportunities. And this is what I touched on earlier. The only thing that has been offered to me in the way of advantage is that she'd be living in a home, be a stay-at-home mom again, because her new husband would be able to financially support her. There is no other advantage that has been provided to me other than a church situation, which certainly is something I can understand, but there is no other financial or emotional benefit or educational opportunity that's been testified to in this hearing that would be to this child's advantage in relocating to Alberta or Fairhope, Alabama. The fact that the mother would be able to stay at home is an advantage for her, but that has to be weighed against the changes in the child's relationship with the father. The reason each parent for seeking or opposing the relocation, the reasons for the relocation, as I've stated, have to do with the fact that the mother has a new husband, a relatively new husband, and that it's her desire to relocate to where he is. And under the circumstances, the father opposes that relocation because it will essentially change how often he can see the child and whether or not he's able to continue to be actively involved in the child's life. The last factor is any other factor which is, courts, affects the best interest of the child. And my thought is this, that the evidence is that the agreement that these parties entered into for her to relocate to the North Alabama, because that's where her family was. So the child's extended family on the mother's side is located there. The child's extended family on the father's side is located in Pleasant View, Tennessee. And the present arrangement allows both of the children of the child to be involved in both extended families. The mother has testified that her mother will soon retire and may plan to retire and may come down there and be more actively involved in the child's life. Moving to Fairhope or Alberta, Alabama is going to put hours of distance between this child. The father doesn't have extended family in that area. There's the only family they have is a church family. And therefore this move in this court's opinion would basically reduce the child's ability to be actively involved with the extended family on both sides. Again, the fact that I am of the opinion that the fathers or the new husbands failure to appear and in support of his wife and subject himself to the court's examination of him. Courts make decisions based on not just what is said in the spoken word, but also the observations that I make as to the credibility and the demeanor of the parties. This is a new relationship, very new. And we have a man who, the testimony is the new husband has been in the military for 19 years and withdrew from the military or exited the military a year before his 20-year full retirement. There's no explanation given for that. Why? As far as I know, he's got an honorable discharge because of that fact that he was, able to draw a pension from the VA. In addition to that, he's going to be a pastor. Well, there are plenty of pastors around that I don't want my children around, and unfortunately, that does not qualify a person because I have great respect for people who devote their life to being a pastor or a preacher. But just saying that you're a pastor and even preaching does not mean that a person is a good influence on the child necessarily. So none of those factors that I've talked about, the credibility, the demeanor, being able to make an observation about a person, were afforded to this court regarding this new husband. And if I grant the request to relocate, it means that this child is going to be living primarily with this man and her mother and these other children. And that may be a great environment, but I don't have the evidence before me that that will be in this child's best interest. And as a result of that, and all of the factors that I have found, I found that this move is not in the best interest of this child. And as a result of that, under the statute, court says, it states that if the court finds that the relocation is not in the best interest of the minor child, the court shall deny the petition for approval of relocation, which I am doing. And then the court shall modify the permanent parenting plan as needed to account for the distance between the non-relocating parent and the relocating parent. And shall deny enter a modified parenting plan that shall become effective only if the parent proposing to relocate elects to do so, despite the court's decision denying the parent's petition for approval. What that simply means is that we have a constitutional right to travel between states and relocate anywhere we want to. It is the child that this court has jurisdiction over. Ms. Smith, or whatever your new married name is, you have an absolute right to relocate anywhere in Alabama or anywhere in the United States you want to do. If you choose to relocate, despite the fact that I found that the relocation is not in the best interest of the child, and pursuant to this statute, this court adopts the father's proposed parenting plan as being in the best interest of the minor child, and her visitation with the child, if she relocates to Fairhope or to Alberta, Alabama, then he will be the primary residential parent under that proposed parenting plan, and she'll have the visitation that's set forth in that proposed plan. It is this court's opinion that, father is also entitled to recover for his attorney's fees, and therefore, Ms. Salinas, you will submit your affidavit of attorney's fees, and I will consider that and make an appropriate ruling. That is the judgment of the court in this case, and that concludes our hearing. We stand adjourned.